to start at this time the second day of work of the 14th edition of the International Congress on Human Rights. After 2 years of the pandemic and activities were undertaken remotely, we're here at present and virtually through other parts of the world with the certainty that we're adapting to new formats of living together, searching continuously for new knowledge and new routes and avenues in the future. In its 14th edition, the International Congress of Human Rights tackles the issue of protection of human rights in scenarios of war and the post-pandemic world, headquartered in Brazil by the Upper School of Magistrate Affairs and Tocantins and the School of Federal University of Tocantins. We have participants from Bolivia, Brazil, Spain, the United States, Hungary, England, Mexico, Mozambique, Portugal, and Turkey. Our many thanks to each and every one of you who have kindly made efforts to be present at this edition. Our thanks also to the professors, researchers, and professionals of this huge country of ours, Brazil, who have come from so many states around the country to jointly search for ways to struggle towards ensuring human rights. We do wish you a warm welcome. We will start the first panel of the morning session under the topic Violation of Human Rights and Restrictions to Civil Liberties in Situations of War and Conflict. We would like to invite the mediator of this panel, Tarsis Barreto Oliveira. He has a PhD and a master's from the Federal University of Bahia, and he is a professor at the master's program of Human Rights and the Rule of Law. We would like to invite the following speakers: Catherine Nolé from Hungary, and Emil Aksoy from Turkey, and Alexander Sergio da Rocha from the United States. Please join us on stage. We would like to invite again the panelists, Kathleen Nolé from Hungary, and Emin Aksoy from Turkey, and Alexandre Sergio from the United States. At this time, I will give the floor and the mediation role to the professor of this master's program and a PhD from the University of Bahia, Dr. Tarsis Barreto Oliveira from Brazil. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank you for being here, all of you that are here today. It makes me very proud to start this first panel of the 14th International Human Rights Congress. I would like to welcome all of you, all the distinguished officials, and the organizing committee of the federal of the ESMAT and the courthouse of Tocantins State, and especially the target audience, the students who are here in the audience right now. The communication will be carried out in foreign languages, so I do urge you to use your translation headsets. I'm very happy to have for this debate. It's such an important topic: human rights and scenarios of war in the post-pandemic world. Three representatives of their respective countries: Professor Kathleen Nolé from Hungary, Professor Alexandre Sergio da Rocha from the United States, He's a Brazilian and an American citizen also, and professor in a Turkish professor, Emin Eylem Aksoy Returnas. I would like to start by giving the floor so we will draw upon the time and their knowledge, the knowledge of our guest speakers, and we'll give the floor to Dr. Alexandre Sergio da Rocha. His resume, he has a BA in physics from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. He has a PhD in philosophy from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro as well, a retired professor at UFRJ. He was a representative of Brazil, and for 10 years, he was a visiting professor of the Inter-American Defense College in Washington, D.C. He has experience in political science with an emphasis on strategy, acting on the following topics: strategy, military operations, aerospatial power, organization of the armed forces, and institutional culture. And he's been devoted to ethics, philosophy, hermeneutics, and research methodology. Professor Alexandre Pasha, you have the floor, sir, please. Good morning, all, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to reiterate my compliments to my fellow speakers on the panel. Even though we have known each other before, it is a pleasure to see them again on this panel. I will tackle a text. But those of you who know me know that I talk too much, so I will be restricted to a text. This is an addiction of mine. The old professors are addicted to talking on, and they end up talking too much. And I say that this is an addiction of old professors and street sellers. Unfortunately for me, I'm an old professor. I have not been a street seller. Otherwise, I'd be the owner of I'd be a multimillionaire and the owner of a TV station, and I would be doing very well. I will read a text. I will speak Portuguese. Do I need a phone, Professor Dacio, to translate from Portuguese? This panel's theme is the violation of human rights and restrictions to civil liberties in situations of war and conflict. This is extremely broad. Faced with it and the presentation time for each speaker, either the discussion is restricted to one or a few aspects of the topic, or an attempt is made to display a panoramic view of the subjects, reducing the comments of each one to the benefit of the scope. The second position was my choice for the presentation on this panel. The second point I wish to make is that I have prepared to take examples of what I am talking about and events that have been going on for some time now. The reason for this is to expect that the sources mentioned may present reports without the passion of the moment or the predominant political biases. I would like to start out my presentation with a Gedanken experiment, a mental experience. Imagine the following situation. In a dream, or for that matter, in a real situation, the person walks through an environment in which a grassy ground alternates with trees, bushes, in which snakes and other venomous and aggressive animals hide, puddles with quicksand and other obstacles and dangers that arise before the person's walk. He or she uses a sense of vision to perceive the points that offer her security and those that do not. Moreover, the person uses his or her insight to define how to walk in a way that maximizes their safety and integrity. Let us now conceive of an analogous situation, necessarily in a dream, in which, as sometimes occurs in dreams, reality changes with each step that the person takes or even tries to take. The trees, the bushes, the animals, and the ponds existing in the first hypothesis, all of them, rigorously, all of them, appear in the second hypothesis. But at every step of the person, or even at every moment when he or she thinks of walking, they change places. They appear or disappear before them. All of this in a random and therefore unpredictable manner. The safety of walking is replaced by the anguish of knowing that regardless of whether sight and discernment are the same, nothing can guarantee that the person's next step does not place him or her as a victim of a deadly trap, or at least a situation of serious discomfort. What changed from one case to another? What was it changed? Certainly it was not the subject's ability to perceive, nor his exercise of reason. The change came about in the environment, but neither was in the presence of or absence of objects in the scenario, inasmuch as all of them were present in both cases. In both cases, yes. What changed, indeed, and this both the vision and the discernment of the subject will indicate, is that in the first case, the order of disposition of these objects was fixed. And the second, however, it was changing, permanently changing, in such a way that we could say that they did not exhibit any order at all. Let's look at some key concepts. A scenario is an intellectual model of reality that allows the exercise of planning. The strategic scenario is composed of strategic actors and objects of interest, and these actors, strategic objects. The actors referred to herein are political units of varied scope that are structured themselves through people who compose them, their agents, and relations between these agents, as well as their participation in the global action of the strategic actor under consideration. The Gedanken experiment, suggested before, intends to draw our attention to two things. Number one, the definition of a scenario, whatever it may be, does not depend solely on the elements it contains, but houses as an essential condition of intelligibility and order. And number two, although any scenario, even an extremely fleeting one, is only drawn by an order, as long as that order does not exhibit a minimum of stability, it will not function as an order for practical purposes, that is, for tactical or strategic purposes. The emergence, modification, or disappearance of strategic actors and objects can be changes within the scenario, or the scenario may remain basically the same, and within it there will be changes, or it may result in changes in the scenario itself. That is, the change may be so radical that it will require the replacement of one scenario with another one. This depends on the two structuring factors of the scenarios, power and interests. Interests determine what needs to be preserved, what needs to be conquered, and what can be negotiated or even abandoned. Power sustains this preservation, determines this achievement, or incorporates in its structure, the ability to negotiate. There is a direct imposing power, commonly referred to as hard power, notably armed power. And the power of influence, referred to generally as indirect or soft power. Conflict is the type of relationship between two actors that occurs when, number one, actors have mutually exclusive interests. That is, The realization of the interests of one prevents the realization of the interests of another one. Number two, each actor is willing to prevent at any cost and at all costs. This is important. At all costs, preventing the other from realizing his or her interests, that is, from being victorious. Number three, to prevent an actor from achieving his interests, the adverse actor engages in acts that would be prohibited in the context of a previously existing non-conflicting order. Conflict can appear in relationships between people or between political actors of varying magnitude. When it comes to an armed conflict between political actors of a magnitude of sovereign states, or involving non-state actors of similar magnitude, then we're talking about a war. These are the concepts that I'd like to put to your attention, so that we may, so that the subsequent reasoning may be understood. Order, order and disorder in conflict. Paradoxical as it may seem, there is a conflicting order. More than that, from the Geneva Conventions of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, there is an institutionalized order for war. It is true that this order, the order of conflict or war, admits the practice of actions that ordinarily are considered illicit. Nonetheless, there are offensive actions that, even in the context of a war, are considered irregular before the peculiar belligerent order. An additional element of uncertainty derives from the plurality of views, usually between two belligerent parties. What one considers unacceptable may be something the other one considers necessary and good, and vice versa. Thus, although order in more situations may be considered chaotic vis-a-vis the order in force outside of it, it is still possible to speak of disorder or in violation of the order of war. There are various situations in which one can speak of a violation of the order of war or of disorder in its execution. We will briefly mention four types of them. Excessive use of military power, abuse of civilian power, side effects, and results of unconventional methods of warfare. Excessive use of military power refers to situations in which military power is used in an irregular manner in the face of the Geneva Conventions and the general notions of international humanitarian law, IHL.
International Humanitarian Law.
It can occur by accident or on purpose. This latter hypothesis may stem from the disregard of international codes of warfare by the fighting actor, or from imperative strategic or tactical considerations. The abuse of civil power occurs by the actions or omissions of a state occupying the territory of another state with which it is at war, or when a state introduces restrictions within its own territory in the name of its own security. Side effects are the unintended but hardly avoidable consequences of belligerence. Finally, unconventional methods of warfare are modalities of aggressive actions of various kinds practiced by state and non-state actors that accompany, precede, or follow traditional military actions or replace them.
ou a elas se substituem. Vamos examinar rapidamente.
Let's look at them briefly. Excessive use of military power. Perhaps the most notable example of the excessive use of military power for strategic reasons was the launch of the 2 atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945, ordered by President Harry Truman of the United States of America. Regardless of the discussion as to whether or not such a launch was necessary, the bombs were intended for the strategic purpose of ending the war in the Pacific with Japan's immediate and unconditional surrender. In tactical terms, the military use of civilian population is a form of misuse and therefore excessive use of military power. One of its most severe and painful cases is the use of human shields, but this is not the only case of abuse. Military actions on civilian populations may exist out of this regard for the belligerent power or as a spurious method of pressure on governments or armed groups associated with these populations. The prohibition on the use of human shields is drawn up in terms of using the presence or movements of civilians or other protected persons to render certain points or areas or military forces immune from military operations. I will abstain from mentioning the references and endnotes and footnotes to these specific data and for the sake of brevity, but all these narratives are linked to their own sources so you can ascertain their validity. They're indicated afterwards. As for neglect, one example among hundreds of possible examples was a situation of civilians residing in the Yarmouk Palestinian refugee camp south of Damascus, who in 2018 were caught in fierce fighting between government forces and ISIS militants, the Islamic State, while being deprived of health care, food, and medical supplies. The intentional use of military pressure on civilians is exemplified by Colin Lynch writing to the Foreign Policy. The Syrian government continued over the past month to lay siege to more than 220,000 of its own civilians, blocked the delivery of life-saving medicines to opposition areas, and maintained bureaucratic restrictions, thus making it extremely difficult for UN relief workers to reach hundreds of thousands of Syrians, according to the unpublished report of March 22nd by UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. This report obviously was later published. Some similar results, especially of a tactical order, may occur due to errors in the application of military power. Such errors may derive from the failures in executing a legitimate military operation, from a poor leadership that is not up to its own responsibilities, or has not been able to curb failures in the lower echelons' behavior, or from intelligence mistakes in situation examinations leading to misconceptions about the combat situation. In the latter case, the error may be due to insufficient information or to inadequate evaluation of the sufficient information available. I'd like to open a quick paragraph here. Strategic information are Siamese sisters, Siamese twins. You cannot do either strategy without good information. Strategy relies on good
Exemplo
information.
candente
An
de
egregious
falha
example of leadership failure
foi o chamado
was the
massacre de
so-called
Milei.
My Lai
Durante a Guerra
massacre
Fria.
during the Vietnam War.
Fred Bosch
Fred Borsch
o descreve na história
described it in the
oficial
official
do
history of
Exército
the U.S.
Americano.
Army,
Eu sublinho oficial,
and I underline
como
official,
o
as the
assassinato
murder of at least 300 Vietnamese civilians, perhaps as high as 500,
em 16
on
de
March
março de
16,
1968,
1968, in the South Vietnamese subhamlet of My Lai in South Vietnam, and by a platoon under the command of First Lieutenant William Rusty Colley Jr.
o tenente
Lieutenant Colley responded to the court-martial
e foi condenado
and
em
was sentenced in 1971
a ser
to be
demitido
dismissed
do
from the
exército
Army
e condenado ao
and to be
trabalho
confined at
forçado
hard
toda a vida.
labor for life.
O comandante
The commander of the Third Army,
tenente general
Lieutenant General Albert O'Connor,
reduziu a sentença
reduced
para
the sentence
200
to 20 years in prison.
Em
And in 1974, although both the Army Corps and Military Review and the U.S. Court of Military Appeals have rejected the appeals of Colley, the new Secretary of the Army,
Howard
Callaway, reduced Colley's sentence to 10 years confinement.
Costuma-se
The
usar
term
a expressão Estado
rogue
state
state is often used
para um agente estatal
for
que
a state
usa
actor who voluntarily and knowingly uses prohibited combat procedures.
O caso
The My Lai happening offers the reader contradictory clues. It is true that the crime was ultimately subjected to trial and punishment. However,
o tratamento
this
dele
dealing
primeiro,
with
colocando
first placing all the blame on a first lieutenant who argued all the time that he was only following orders, and then with the relief of his conviction by non-judicial bodies, at least suggests the possibility that at the time, the death of civil and innocent citizens did not receive the repudiation it should deserve in the face of the values that the American people supposedly upheld. Another example of abuse is the use of chemical weapons, expressly prohibited by the 1925 Geneva Protocol. In the Syrian Civil War, an alleged chemical attack on the city of Douma was widely reported. However, this was not an isolated case. While horrific images coming from the Douma attack have seized the world's attention, chemical weapons have been used more than 20 times since last year's missile strike, and that last year meaning 2017, and at least 8 times just since the beginning of 2018. Another relevant and controversial issue of military abuse is the use of children and adolescents in war activities. Under American law, the Child Soldiers Prevention Act, CSPA, requires the Secretary of State to publish an annual list of countries whose armed forces, police, or other security forces or government-backed armed groups recruit or use child soldiers. These countries were banned from receiving certain kinds of military assistance from the United States. Abusing civilian power. Regarding the abuse of civilian power, 2 possibilities must be considered. 1, internal security measures of a state actor
por um ator
with a
estatal
view
com
to
vistas a impedir
preventing
ou
or
minimizar
minimizing the
os
risks
riscos de espionagem
of
ou
espionage or sabotage,
dois,
and two,
abusos
abuses
em áreas
on
ocupadas
occupied areas
do
of
território
enemy
inimigo
territory
sob a administração
under the
do
administration of the partially or totally victorious warlike actor.
Essas
These possibilities
possibilidades se
unfold
desdobram
in
no
a
número
large
grande
number of
de
situations
decorrentes dos mais
arising from the
variados
most
motivos,
diverse reasons,
entre
among
eles
them the
o preconceito
racist
racista
prejudice
associado ao
associated
rancor
with the
produzido
grudge produced by attacks
anteriormente sofrido
previously suffered
ou
or
instigado pela
instigated by
propaganda de
war
guerra.
propaganda.
Os abusos
Such
podem ser
abuses can be practiced by
praticados,
military
mas nesse
personnel, but in
caso,
this case,
no cumprimento
in
de
carrying
missões
out missions that would ordinarily be civilian competence.
O relatório
The
mundial de
2014 World Report,
Human Rights
Human Rights Watch,
relativo aos
on the events of
acontecimentos
2013 in Syria points out,
aponta entre as mazelas
among the ills produced by the conflict,
além de
in
ataques a
addition to
civis,
attacks on civilians and the illegal use of
se
weapons,
refere ao
which
uso
refer to the irregular use of armed
Também
power,
execuções
also
do
executions by the government and pro-government forces,
prisões
arbitrary arrests,
desaparecimentos
forced
forçados,
disappearances,
tortura
torture,
e morte
and deaths
voluntária,
under custody,
abusos por parte da
abuses by the
oposição
armed opposition,
e crises de
as well as displacement crises.
exemplos de
An
violações
example of
de
civil
direitos
rights violations on the grounds of security issues
foram os campos
was
de
the
internação
internment camps
na costa oeste
on the
dos
west
Estados
coast of
Unidos
the United States of Japanese or Japanese descendants,
ainda
even
que
if they were
cidadãos
American citizens.
em decorrência da
As a
ordem
result of
executiva
President Franklin Delano
9.066
Roosevelt's
do
Executive
presidente
Order
Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
9066.
A ordem
The order
autorizou o secretário da
authorized
guerra
the
e
Secretary of War and military commanders
evacuar
to
todas as
evacuate all
pessoas
persons deemed a threat
consideradas ameaças no
from
Código
the
para
West
campos de
Coast
internação,
to
o
internment
governo
camps,
chamava
which the
centros de
government called
relocação.
relocation centers.
Exemplo
A
notório da
remarkable
violação
example of civil rights violations by an occupying country on the territory of another
é um
country
dos casos de
is the case of
tortura
the
e
torture and degrading treatment in the Iraqi
verificados na prisão
prison
iraquiana de
of
Abu
Abu Ghraib
durante a
during the
ocupação
American
americana.
occupation.
A investigação
The official
oficial
investigation of the events,
relatório
the
Taguba,
Taguba report
do Major
by
General
Major General
Antonio
Antonio Taguba,
concluiu
concluded
diversos
several
soldados
U.S.
do
Army
exército dos Estados
soldiers
Unidos
have
cometeram
committed
atos
notoriously
notoriamente
wicked
perversos
acts
e graves
and
violações
serious
do direito
violations of
internacional.
international law in Abu Ghraib,
Além disso,
BCCF, and
líderes superiores
Tabuka, Iraq. In
governamentais
addition,
deixaram
key
de
senior
cumprir
leaders
regulamentos
failed to comply with
políticos e
regulations,
diretrizes
policies,
do
and
comando
command
para impedir
guidelines
os
to
abusos
prevent
cometidos
abuses
em
against
Abu Ghraib.
detainees in
Durante
Abu
o período de
Ghraib
agosto de
and
2003
Tabuka during the
fevereiro
period
de
of August 2003 and February
Aliás,
2004.
a alegada
In another
prática de
instance,
maltrato
the
a
alleged
presos em
abuse of
países
prisoners
menos
in countries
rigorosos
less
dos Estados
stringent
Unidos
than the United
quanto à
States
violação de direitos
regarding
humanos
human rights violations
aparece na
appears in
decisão do juiz
Rosemary Collier's
que, em
decision,
12
which
de
on March 12,
impediu a
2005,
transferência
prevented
de
the
13
transfer of
presos
13
de
Yemeni prisoners
suspeitos de terrorismo
suspected of
da prisão
terrorism
de
from Guantanamo Bay, Cuba,
pelo
for
receio
fear that in other countries they would be subjected
de que em outros países
to
eles
treatment
fossem
that
submetidos
the
a
American legal
tratamento
system
que o
does
sistema
not
legal
condone.
americano não autoriza. Os efeitos
Side effects.
Entre os
Among the side effects of the war
abundam a
are
destruição
widespread
de
destruction,
o
the
empobrecimento
impoverishment
da
of the
população
population,
e a
and the
produção
production of or
movimento,
increase of migratory
ou a
movements.
produção ou incremento de movimentos migratórios. Com o
With the
advento das
advent of
armas
smart weapons, the possibility of
a
attacking
possibilidade de
restricted
atacar alvos
targets
restritos com grande
with great
precisão
precision make the
tornou
side
os
effects
efeitos
of destruction
colaterais de destruição
comparatively smaller than
menores
previously
do que o que
was the
ocorreu anteriormente.
case.
Contudo,
However, not
nem
all
todos os
war-fighting
atores
states
bélicos
have
devem
intelligent
dispor de
weapons.
armas
Even
e
those
mesmo os que delas
who
dispõem,
have
nem
them
sempre
cannot
podem
always
usá-las
use them in every
todo
kind of
tipo de
military
operação.
operation.
Além disso,
Moreover,
existem
there are
casos
cases
em que a
where the
destruição de
destruction of
alvos
civilian
civis é
targets is
voluntária
voluntary
para efeitos
for the
propagandísticos
purposes of propaganda or due to intolerance. This was the case of the destruction that preserved remnants of antiquity practiced by the Islamic State, ISIS, in the places that conquered and at times when those conquests occurred, the shock and destruction of the Syrian city of Palmyra and the destruction of multi-millennial statues of Buddha by the Taliban in Afghanistan were notorious. However, even when they're not deliberate, destruction is a rule when there are struggles for the city's control, especially in civil wars. The destruction displaces people both by making their dwellings uninhabitable and by destroying the economic life on which these people's livelihoods are based. Therefore, it produces gigantic migratory movements of people whom the war has plunged into miserable conditions. Another detrimental effect of the hegemony of one government over the territory of another country as a result of war is corruption. Corruption is known to be an evil in itself, both for its visible and immediate economic effects and for the subsidiary and long-term effects that result in the gradual bankruptcy of any administrative criteria of efficiency, normalizing the diversion of funds originally intended for the development of the country and the well-being of its people. This appears dramatically as a result of the Second Gulf War and the ensuing American occupation of Iraq. This issue has been addressed in works such as Scott Spears, The Constant Economic Corruption of the Iraq War, whose theme is the cost of the current war in Iraq and the corruption that is draining funds from the war effort through the economic corruption of Iraqis and American citizens and companies, as well as in articles like Daily White's, whose title says that all hire an American economic tyranny and corruption in Iraq. Hire an American economic tyranny and corruption in Iraq. Unconventional methods of warfare. It must also be considered that in some cases, unconventional methods of war, such as terrorism, destruction, is part of aggressive procedures. But it is not just terrorist acts that bring forth destruction. There are practices that do not capitulate as terrorism and which have the potential to produce indirect destruction with effects on the civilian population. An example of this was the use in the Vietnam War of the herbicide and defoliant called Orange Agent. I will abbreviate my presentation even further, because Professor Tarsus is telling me I only have 5 minutes left, and if I overshoot my schedule, I run the risk of being shot to death. This is briefly, I would tell you the story of a certain, in certain detail, of the use of a defoliant called Orange Agent in Vietnam to produce visibility on trails and for enemy troops, and a report by the American agency that examines the health of veterans. It concluded that in the order of 2.8 million Vietnam veterans may have been exposed to the Agent Orange, while between 2.1 and 4.5 million Vietnamese civilians may have been affected by the exposure. And I discussed the reaction to this kind of affair, this kind of situation, notably the Convention on the Prohibition and Military Use of Hostile Techniques of Movement of Environmental Movement, the ENMOT Convention. In addition to environmental damage, intentional or accidental, there are other procedures that may represent acts of unarmed belligerence or even be considered acceptable under international law. The first of these includes, with emphasis, cyber attacks. Although cyber attack can be made for various reasons, not necessarily characterized as war, it is known that they play a relevant role in contemporary warfare. Its importance is evidenced if we consider that almost all of the highest level military political systems depend on cyber communications. So the disruption of these means of communication have a technical interest and strategic interest as well. Yet we must observe, we must notice that everyday life, especially in large cities, features a tight dependence on cyber communication and the proper functioning of the functions of life. So these attacks may lead to disruptions, unpredictable disruptions on the lives of civilians that didn't have anything to do with this affair, with this issue. Finally, a procedure that is not considered belligerent, but rather is seen as an alternative to aggressive actions or economic sanctions aimed at bending supposedly aggressive governments to the pressures of the international community or countries that claim to defend high principles that these governments would tend to violate. It turns out that these sanctions seldom have repercussions on the economy of the affected countries, consequently on the living standards of their population. If these governments are really as malicious as they're supposed to be, it may well happen, and happens in practice, that they do not let themselves be intimidated by these economic effects and instead use them to convince their populations. To wrap up my presentation, I will now tell you the whole story, but I did mention a case heard by the Supreme Court of the United States. It is Hamdan versus Rumsfeld case. Basically, this is a Yemeni citizen that was a driver and a bodyguard of Osama bin Laden, at the time the #1 enemy of the United States.
It was in Guantanamo. The lawyers of Hamtam, they managed that the courts in the United States discussed his situation and prohibited that he would be judged by a military jury. So the Supreme Court, between several back and forth decisions, the Supreme Court finally ruled that he would need to be tried by a regular court, not by a military commission. So this produced in the Supreme Court a debate where the majority that won that the values, that humanitarian values prescribed by the American Constitution should rule in all cases, should prevail in all cases, while the minority that lost their debate thought that these values should be flexibilized in the name of the national security. And I have the opportunity to write about this with two other co-authors, and we concluded saying that the meaning of the Supreme Court decision in the Hamdan case versus Rumsfeld implies the recognition that absolute values as human rights are non-negotiable, even if the exceptionality of the state of belligerence is invoked. The war, even the long war on terrorism, waged in the name of higher values of civilization, does not justify violating these values and the declared intention of defending them. So then I leave the exposition without a conclusion. Thank you. Congratulations for your presentation. I have two messages here. If any of you want to ask any questions, if we have time, you can send it to us either by internet, or if you are here in the auditorium, you can send them written to us. And I also want to say that was launched now the new methodology of responsibility as humanism by the publishing house Sudoar, the tetralogy that will address several issues regarding to humanism and responsibility, human rights. This book is exposed there in the here outside the auditorium. It's two books by Professor Alexandre Rocha, and there are discounts being offered in small, not many editions. So I pass the floor, following the order, our colleague from Hungary, Dr. Katalin Holler. She is Professor Katalin Holler. She's Doctor of Law from the Edwards Lohan University. Please correct me if I'm pronouncing Budapest. She's Doctor of Philosophy from the same university, Edwards Lohan University, Masters. He has master's degree in comparative and European law from the University of Masters, professor at the Faculty of Law at the Edwards Lohan, and professor at the Department of Criminal Procedures and Correction. And she's also a researcher at the National Institute of Criminology and Forensic Science, in addition to being an attorney. Professor, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to be here with you today. Generally, I would like to talk about the war crime of denying judicial guarantees and the legal practice of this international crime. In my presentation, I will focus on the provisions of regulating the war crimes of denying judicial guarantees and the material elements of the crime denying fair trial and the problems of its interpretation. Well, all we know that this theme is topical since states and non-state actors around the world frequently conduct their unfair trials against prisoners of war and civilians during armed conflicts. Serious infringements of judicial guarantees result in loss of liberty or life, including arbitrary detention and execution. In Ukraine, for instance, according to the UN reports, trials related to the war in Donbass are characterized by prolonged pretrial detention, use of force to obtain confessions, and other procedural violations. To give a further example, Palestinians in the occupied Palestinian territory are often denied basic fair trial rights in the Israel justice system. Different sets of international rules safeguards the right to a fair trial during armed conflicts. International human rights law, international humanitarian law, and international criminal law. International criminal law is the only regime that it is capable of holding individuals rather than states accountable for these violations, establishing the war crimes of denying judicial guarantees. In international armed conflicts, this crime is referred to as the war crime of denying a fair trial by international criminal courts of elements of crimes, the source of the interpretation. In armed conflicts, sorry, it doesn't work. Just a moment. Okay, so let me continue. In non-international armed conflicts, the offense is identified as the war crime of sentencing or execution without due process. Also, the two offenses are differently delineated in the international armed conflicts and non-international armed conflicts, as reflected in the different denominations. They both fall within the category of guarantees. The provisions that regulate these two offenses, however, present interpretative and practical issues. I would like to talk about this. Most notably, the interpretation of the material elements of each offense draws from different sources and raises a range of interpretative doubts. As a result, the application of such provisions after Second World trials, it was the 1949 Geneva Conventions that... Okay, sorry. No, okay. Anyway, I can shout like this because I am teaching law. So after the post-Second World War trials, it was the 1949 Geneva Conventions that first prohibited the willful deprivation of the rights of fair and regular Geneva Conventions to prisoners of war and the civilians in the international armed conflicts as a grave breach of these conventions. These are the most serious violations of Geneva Conventions as made clear by their first additional protocol, which expressly classifies them as war crimes. The prohibition of denying judicial guarantees to persons who take no active parts in the hostilities was also provided for non-international armed conflicts by Article 3, common in the four Geneva Conventions. This forbids the passing of sentences and the carrying out of executions without previous judgment pronounced by a regularly constituted court, affording all the judicial guarantees which are recognized by indispensable by civilized people. The rule of customary international humanitarian law emerged according to which no one may be convicted or sentenced except person to a fair trial, affording all essential judicial guarantees. The violation, common Article 3, nevertheless, was not criminalized by international humanitarian law. Today, international criminal law provides criminal protection for the customary rule, referred to, and the reason behind this crime is to prevent to use the criminal proceedings as a means to oppress protected persons who are suspected of having committed an offense related to an armed conflict. The statutes and the fundamental laws of international law and hybrid criminal tribunals criminalize the denial of judicial guarantees of prisoners of war and civilians as a war crime of international armed conflict. Non-international armed conflicts as both the choice of providing the crime for one type of armed conflicts or the other is based always on the tribunal's mandate. The offense is also provided by legislation of many states, and it's mostly applicable in both international armed conflicts and non-international armed conflicts. However, in the more than 70 years of international criminal justice, not much case law has been developed on war crimes of denying judicial guarantees. The offenses have gone virtually unnoticed. The war crimes of denying judicial guarantees seems to have attracted a renewed attention. One of the most recent cases, the Al-Hassan case, is an example and a good illustration of that. Al-Hassan, among the numerous charges alleged against him is the war crime of sentencing execution without due process. The reason for this charge is alleged involvement as a member of the Islamic police in activities of the Islamic Tribunal in Timbuktu between 2012 and 2013. The tribunal, which was established by an insurgent group, is alleged to have been irregularly constituted, partial, and dependent on the executive organs of the armed groups. The allegations also claim that the tribunal has convicted civilians without any process after unfair trials which were manipulated to ensure respect for the new rules based on the ideology and religious visions of the armed groups. Al-Hassan probably and hopefully will not be the only case concerning the war crimes denying judicial guarantees in international criminal court, what we'll try in the near future. For example, report on the preliminary examination activities published by International Criminal Court Office of Prosecutor shows that the war crime of denying a fair trial is an international armed conflict allegedly has been committed in Ukraine and in the Palestinian situations. When you analyze the international criminal law sources that regulate the war crimes of denying judicial guarantees, the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court will be considered as the main reference. There are several reasons for that. The International Criminal Code statutes, the first international criminal law source, criminalize denying of the judicial guarantees both in international armed conflict and non-international armed conflict. As with other international criminal law sources, it borrows the wording of the Geneva Convention. Secondly, the International Criminal Court elements assist the courts in the interpretation and application of the International Criminal Court statutes. They prove to be a fundamental tool in guiding analysis of the war crimes of denying judicial guarantees. Also, the elements of crimes generally are not considered to be binding, but the court is required to apply them, as I mentioned. The exception is if it is not consistent with the statutes. Thirdly, the International Criminal Court statute regulates what is today the only permanent international criminal tribunal with potentially universal jurisdiction. How the offenses are interpreted and applied is likely to provide a model that will contribute to the emergence and consolidation of customary international law. Lastly, the International Criminal Court system is offering a relevant example of prosecution of war crime, of sentencing execution without due process in international armed conflict in the Al-Hassan case, what I mentioned. With regard to international armed conflicts, Article 8 of the International Criminal Court statutes borrows the wording of the Geneva Conventions and criminalizes the act of willfully depriving prisoner of war or other protected persons of right to a fair trial and regular trial, and this is a grave breach of the Geneva Convention. The source of the interpretation, the International Criminal Court elements of crime that I mentioned to you, offers further clarification. They establish the crime is materially satisfied when the perpetrator deprives one or more persons protected under one or more of the Geneva Conventions of a fair and regular trial by denying judicial guarantees as defined, in particular the Third and the Fourth Geneva Conventions of 1949. The elements of crimes first classify the necessity of resorting the Geneva Convention to identify the categories of the protected persons. In addition, they infer the judicial guarantees of the violation of which are relevant for the offense. This seems logical choice as the crime is derived from the Geneva Convention, which also established the judicial guarantees that have to be afforded to protected persons during armed conflicts. As observed by several scholars, at least the judicial guarantees of international and in the Fourth Geneva Conventions are crucial for determining whether the trial was fair or not, or this offense has been committed. However, the elements of crimes do not refer only to the guarantees included in the Geneva Conventions. The formula used by drafters, like judicial guarantees as defined, particularly in the in the Third and Fourth Geneva Conventions, favors the inclusion in material elements of the crime of further judicial guarantees, notably contained in Article 75 of the first additional protocol. To identify the violation which guarantees is relevant to trigger crime is therefore necessary to interpret the offense in the light of the guarantees from external sources, namely the Third Geneva Convention. The interpretation is also assisted by Article 2 of the International Criminal Court Statute, which authorizes the application in the second place, where appropriate applicable treaties and the principles of rules of international law, including the established principles of international armed conflicts. The second important issue that the criminal court elements of crimes clarify is that the offense under consideration is materially satisfied when a fair and regular trial is denied, and this is by denying judicial guarantees. To comprehend this element, the definition of judicial, meaning relating the administration of justice, should be underscored. This entails that judicial guarantees is a broader category than the right to a fair trial, stricto sensu, that is, those trial itself. This category comprises not only the rights to the fair trial, but those guarantees that are related to the criminal proceedings as a whole and various stages. The interpretation of that is consistent of the ordinary understanding of the category of fair trials, of course. And first, the Geneva Convention protects prisoners of war, namely combatants who have fallen into the power of the enemy, and past and present members of the armed forces who have been reinterred in the occupied territories. Wounded, sick persons protected by the first convention and the second convention who fall into the hands of the enemy are also considered prisoners of war. Prisoners of war are afforded judicial guarantees in relation to crimes committed both before and the capture. Second, both Geneva Convention dedicated the protection of civilian safeguards a wider category as subject, namely those who, given at the moment in the wherever in the territory of the occupying power, and it can be even their nationals too. The guarantees ensure the third and the fourth Geneva Convention are integrated by Article 75 of the additional protocol. This provision is recognized today as the part of the customary international law, and it represents the minimum contemporary yardstick for judicial procedure in international armed conflicts. It provides a non-exhaustive list of fundamental guarantees and refers to those as generally recognized principles of regular judicial procedure. On one hand, the list provided, Article 75, restates more systematically the safeguards recognized by the Geneva Convention. It doesn't spell out detailed rules as do in Geneva Convention, but it rather sets forth principles employing concise statement which potentially include multiple safeguards. Article 75, for example, refers to all necessary rights and means of defense. On the other hand, it also affords rights that were previously not explicitly granted by Geneva Conventions, notably the presumption of innocence. The intersection of these different sources that safeguards diverse categories of persons makes the resulting system difficult to navigate. Article 75, which grants a short but substantial list of rights to a broad category of protected persons, has a leveling effect. Mainly due to this effect, it is often, but not always, the case that all categories of protected persons are granted the same rights. However, the guarantees are variously defined in the scope of the Third Geneva Convention and the Fourth Convention. Such lack of uniformity seems lack of logic as well. The other important point is the material elements of the denial of fair trial are attributes that constituent parts of the fair trial. They can be classified as the follows. First, substantive law requirements, such as the principle of legality. Secondly, institutional requirements, such as the right to be tried by an independent, impartial, and regularly constituted court. And also procedural requirements, which include the rights and the means of defense, and the protecting powers and prisoners' representative assistant-related rights. And finally, penalty-related requirements, namely those guarantees related to the imposition of penalties, such as the right to subject to a collective punishment. The main elements of the right fair trial we all know, so the right to an independent, impartial, regularly constituted court, which are non-political, and the information of the nature and the cause of the accusation, necessary rights and means of defense, trial without undue delay, assistant of an interpreter, and the presumption of innocence, which is one of the most important principles, and advising available remedies, and the non bis in idem principle. The most important questions concerning the interpretation is how should the meaning and the scope of the international humanitarian law judicial guarantees should be interpreted? What is the role of the human rights law and the related jurisprudence in their interpretation? It is fundamental to consider the meaning and the scope of the judicial guarantees in order to understand when a right is violated and thus when the war crime of denying fair trial may be materially satisfied. In international humanitarian law, guarantees are unclear. They will be variously interpreted. In international humanitarian law, guarantees are variously interpreted. The material element of the war crime of denying a fair trial may acquire diverse possible extensions on a case-by-case basis, resulting inequalities between defendants. The risk of potentially diverse results of the interpretation of fair proceeding rights is even more tangible considering the international humanitarian law and international criminal law are interpreted and applied in legal cultures that are extremely different from each other. In analyzing the war crime denying fair trial, the answer to the question should be adopted by the purposes of the substantive international criminal law. It should, in fact, be considered that the interpretation of the war crime of denying fair trial relies on international humanitarian law sources. If the interpretation of the international humanitarian law guarantees is based on an international human rights law, substantive international criminal law would automatically incorporate such standards in the criminalization of the denial of fair trial. The approach may expand the material elements of war crime in tension with the nullum crimen sine lege principle, as protected under Article 22 of the International Criminal Law Statute. In addition, incorporation of human rights standards developed at the regional level may also pose cultural concerns as a result of possible differences in understanding of judicial guarantees. This thus undermines the universal aspiration of international criminal law. The other important question, finally, that can the of all single judicial guarantees listed in the international humanitarian law sources amount war crime, if not, in violation of which guarantees trigger criminal responsibility. Is an analysis of the fairness of proceeding as a whole is necessary. States are required to ensure all the judicial guarantees provided by international humanitarian law sources. No derogation or suspension is possible. Violation of these guarantees exposes states to responsibility for internationally wrongful acts. However, only serious violations of international humanitarian law trigger criminal responsibility under international criminal law. One may wonder, therefore, whether the violation of any single judicial guarantees listed in the international humanitarian law sources, or only some of them, would satisfy the material elements of war crime of denying fair trial. It is thus necessary to identify the violation of which guarantees triggers criminal responsibility, and whether an overall analysis of the fairness of the proceeding should be concluded. Analysis of the available case law shows that multiple violations were always accounted for. The elements that the post-Second World War case law has completed to establish the denial of fair trial, however, are difficult to identify, as a reason judgments were not always delivered. When they were delivered, the construction of the judgment often doesn't allow an understanding of what was regarded as criminal act and what was as merely evidence. The law reports themselves underline the difficulty in several passages. they state that it is impossible to draw up with the certainty a complete catalogue of the aspects of the trial which were regarded as contributing to its criminal character. Furthermore, the victims in several cases were held in detention and executed, and there were no trial at all. Hence, the elements that are necessary to establish war crime of denying fair trial were not analyzed separately, as no trial was had. This doesn't mean that the violation of certain single guarantees alone could amount of war crime. However, no precedent has examined this issue in more depth. Only there were one case in the post-Second World War with the Latza case, and where they stated that the decisive point in the fulfillment of those minimum demands which were to be regarded as indispensable for a proper trial is primarily whether an independent and impartial tribunal had reached its decisions after thorough an investigation of guilt of the accused, or whether the outcome had been determined beforehand by directives given to the court. This position of uncertainty exposes the war crime of denying fair trial to the problems of application and undermines the foreseeability of its criminalization. Hence, it is crucial to seek a model to establish that the violation of which one of the judicial guarantees listed in the international humanitarian law sources is enough itself to a materially satisfied element of war crime of denying fair trial. And when an analysis of the fairness of the proceedings as a whole is necessary, and whether on the basis of which overall standards can be established, whether denial of fair trial and regular trial has occurred. My conclusion is that international criminal law presents numerous interpretative doubts and gaps, which require more than an inevitable interpretation that any other normative framework would need. This is also true for the definition of several international crimes. The statutes and the fundamental laws of international law and the hybrid criminal tribunals often describe the offenses in a vague manner. And the war crimes of denying judicial guarantees are certainly a good example, as they suffer from the many deficits, which cannot be easily resolved through interpretation. The war crimes of denying judicial guarantees and set of under-prosecuted and under-researched provisions. As demonstrated, the interpreting of these offenses were navigating troubled waters. On one hand, it is essential to remember that we are dealing with a substantive international criminal law. Also, international criminal law is a hybrid creature. It is primarily a criminal law regime. As such, it is governed by specific fundamental principles. Above all, the criminalization of the most serious violations concern the international community and the nullum crimen sine lege principle. Thank you for your kind attention.
Parabéns, professora Kathleen Rollet, pela brilhante explanação. E já anuncio com grande alegria a presença, lendo aqui o currículo da doutora Emine Eilem Aksoy Retornar. Graduada.
She is a graduate and she has a master's in public law from Galatasaray University in Turkey. She has a master's in law from Neuchâtel and Galatasaray in Turkey. She is an expert in penal law also, Turkish penal law. She's a member of the Bar Association in Istanbul. She's an associate professor of law and penal law in digital law at the University of Law of Galatasaray in Turkey. Professor Emine Laksoy, please, you have the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I would like to draw on this occasion to tell you that it's an honor and a great pleasure for me to be here with you. I'd like to thank you at the School of Magistrate Affairs, especially and the person of Professor Tassi Oliveira, who gave me the opportunity to be here and to participate in this Congress. I'd like to thank also the organizing committee for the warm welcome that we had. And I'd like to thank the interpreters who are clearly helping out and facilitating our communication. Professor Laura was telling us about the question of children soldiers as an example of the abuse of power, military power. What do these children turn into after combat? This is a topic that I have chosen. I'm going to talk about children soldiers and the exclusion of the statute of refugees.
Dans la Convention de Genève sur le statut de réfugié, il y a une clause qui exclut
There is a clause that excludes these children from the statute of refugees. Therefore, we know very well that when there are conflicts, children are victims, and for the most part, and UN reports published annually have shown the status and the situation of women faced with conflicts of war. The latest report was published in 2022, and this is a report that shows us the impact, the devastating impact in many different ways of conflicts, and also the stalemates that children go through. 24,000 violations, great violations have been notified. That is 75 violations of rights per day, murders, mutilation of children.
Le recrutement et l'utilisation d'enfants et le refus d'accès humanitaire.
And the denial of access, humanitarian access to them. This report makes it evident that something is indeed true, something that would seem unreasonable is indeed true. These children are called upon to act as soldiers in military conflicts. They are used in many different tasks. They go out on the battlefield, they have to carry water or seek out information or cook, and even act as soldiers, sentries, control soldiers. They need to train other kids as well, other children as well, in addition to being kidnapped. This is indeed a terrible situation. Why do children participate in conflicts? The reasons are many, multifarious, and complex. Poverty is number one, lack of security, the urge to seek revenge, ideological motivations, the will to follow a father or a brother. They might be members of an armed band, or the absence of choices. These children are recruited forcibly, but also many times they're voluntary soldiers. Up until 1997, there was no definition of what we should understand in humanitarian law as a child soldier. We had to wait till the principles of Cabo, city of Cape Town principles, in 2007, in a colloquium of UNICEF, in an NGO as well, that brought about a convention on the rights of children. This was too late. We had to wait too long. In 2007, the definition was updated, and we have opted for a change in terminology. And nowadays, we don't talk about children soldiers anymore. We talk about children associated with the armed forces. And what is that? How do we understand that category? Well, according to the principles of Paris adopted in 2007, the Paris Principles, a child associated with an armed group and with armed forces is a person under 18 years of age who has been recruited or employed forcibly by an armed band regardless of his or her role. It could be also, not exclusively, a child, a girl, or a boy used as a combatant, a cook, a messenger, a spy, or as an errand boy or girl, or even for sexual purposes, actually. So these are children's soldiers. This is a term that I will end up using also. The Paris principles are the main instrument to organize the exit of these children's soldiers and underline the need for their reinsertion, a process that is multifaceted, that brings forth the economic dimension. We must provide them with education, we must provide them with capacity building and training, and we must seek out the financial means to take care of them. The social arena is very important, as well as psychosocial support and community mediation through family, relatives, and friends, which is quite important when the children are rejected. In this case, when the state cannot or does not want to protect these children soldiers, the statute of refugees provides our country with the possibilities to mitigate this problem. Let's look at some examples. I will introduce to you some texts and cases that protect children soldiers in terms of international humanitarian law. The Geneva Conventions and its additional protocols are the central key to international humanitarian law, which protect vulnerable people that participate in hostilities, and with other provisions as well. The Fourth Geneva Convention protects civilians at times of war. Articles 27 to 34 of the Geneva Convention, as well as Article 75 of the additional protocol, provide civilians with the fundamental guarantees, especially the right to the respect to life, the physical and moral integrity, interdiction of core body services and torture and collective punishment and reprisals. All of these guarantees are applied to children, obviously. Nonetheless, these instruments are more complex when we're dealing with children soldiers. Children soldiers don't have a particular statute. They do not benefit from this only from a general protection recognized by Article 75 of Protocol 1. This provision, Article 75 of Protocol 1, aims at protecting everyone, and it does not benefit from a favorable treatment by virtue of the convention and the protocols. This provision enunciates a minimum of humanitarian rules recognized in favor of everyone affected in an armed conflict, including children. Regardless of the age, recruited children or those who act voluntarily in armed forces have the quality of combatants, and they benefit in the case of capture from the statute of prisoners of war. Captured children under 15 years of age must not be condemned by having taken up arms or by having participated in conflict. Their participation is not, they're not to blame for taking part in armed conflict. In terms of non-international conflicts, we don't even have a combatant statute or a statute of war prisoners. There is no category of the civilians under protection, for example. Let's go back to the point of international armed conflicts. The central provision is Article 75 of Protocol 1 that determines the limits, sets the limits in 15 years so that voluntary recruitment, or by a forcible recruitment of children in hostilities, people between the ages of 15 and 18 years, of course, in armed conflict situations, non-international armed conflicts. It's Article 4, Paragraph 3 of Protocol 2 that refers to this threshold of 15 years above which children do not have the right to participate in hostilities. That is, this is an absolute ban that aims at the direct or indirect participation in hostilities. Therefore, the Geneva Convention and its additional protocols helps us. Added to it is the United Nations Convention dating back to 1949. And this convention is also states the situation of children and situations of conflict. It wouldn't be a mistake to say that this convention is not a threshold in terms of progress and the dealings with. It's a convention that dates back to the rules of humanitarian law, but it doesn't make many inroads. Article 38 of the United Nations Convention bans the direct participation of children under 15 in hostilities. You obviously see that this protection is weaker than that in international humanitarian law because it prevents all cases of direct or indirect participation of children under 15. Article 39 and the Convention relative to the rights of children foresees that the state must take into account all kinds of measures to facilitate the readaptation and reinsertion, social reinsertion of children in armed conflict. There is an additional protocol also in the convention relative to the rights of children that obviously deals with the blanks, if you will, and the deficiencies of the protocol dealing with. It raises the age to 18 years for direct participation in hostilities, because the Convention on Hostilities tells us that a child remains as a child until he or she reaches the age of 18. These are articles that showcase the importance of raising that barrier, that protection. It is relative nonetheless, because there is a double derogation considering Article 3, because children in military schools, regardless of their age, are assimilated and they're not covered by the classical protection imbued in international humanitarian law for combatants and for children that voluntarily join the war effort, for example, that go into armed conflict. The age was lowered to 15 in as much as engagement actually changes in armed conflict. Finally, we have Article 4 of the optional protocol that consists in of an additional information that assigns responsibility for joining conflicts. Now, obviously, that's in relation to the provision enshrined in Articles 1 and 2. So we have the Geneva Convention, the United Nations Convention relative to the rights of children, and we have other texts that will be added to this protection in November 2017 in Vancouver, Canada. On the occasion of the International Convention on Upholding Peace, Canada presented the Vancouver Principles adopted by the members of the United Nations as international political engagement. The Vancouver Principles set priorities on the prevention of recruitment and the use of children within the context of conflicts and the maintenance of peace. The Vancouver Principles urge the states to set up new capacity building programs and new planning programs for this kind of situation, which underlines prevention as a key word. Now let's talk about the exclusion of children. If children are used to commit atrocities, for example, at times of war and armed conflict, they can be perceived as agents or criminals, but above all, they are victims. In the sense of victims, they must be protected and safeguarded. It is incontestable that a child soldier could be considered as a refugee or someone who's fleeing or trying to escape his or her circumstances, adverse circumstances that are deemed intolerable. Nonetheless, states have adopted more restrictive situations, and they're not all granted the status of refugees if a child soldier is accompanied by his or her parents. And that the refugee statute, according to the principle of family reunion, if the head of the family subscribes to the principles accorded to refugees, they benefit from the refugee status. But if the child soldier is not accompanied, he or she must satisfy all the conditions as adults, and therefore all sorts of situations must be dealt with. So I shall not, excuse me, I shall not go and delve into more detail, but the question of refugees is defined in the Geneva Convention and the section under refugee status. And if we are to read attentively the provisions of this convention, we will see that there are three constituent elements that we may refer to vis-a-vis the quality, the status of refugees, people fleeing their country of origin, the fear of persecution, and the cessation of all links with the country of origin. All of these conditions must be brought together so that a child soldier will benefit from the status of refugee. So the Convention on Refugees underlines and insists on the need to apply the definition of refugees in compliance with the convention relative to the rights of children. This requirement is explained because the rights of children are interpreted in accordance with the notion of refugees that may be taken into account vis-a-vis the issues of persecution of children. Therefore, we will be based upon the notions of children that will increase the wide array of persecution issues and the rights of refugees to a child soldier. For me, as far as I'm concerned, I believe that the rights of children imply the maintenance of requirements that are lower in terms of persecution, taking into account specific persecution of children, to examine the protection of, to decide whether we should consider or bestow upon them the status of refugees. I will briefly offer some explanations about the notion of being persecuted. The notion of refugee is defined as a notion of being persecuted. We don't know what's the intensity required, so we may consider it, but we may say that the recommendations of HCR, there are conditions and requirements that are present. For example, the intensity, for example, or different rules have they're persecuted, for example, and the refugee must justify his or her fear of persecution, and that must affect the mental development and the lives of children, because it doesn't play the same role as in the case of adults. In the case of children, they have a different perception, if you will. So it's important to adopt an appreciation, a different appreciation vis-a-vis procedures pertaining to the age of a child under consideration. Another case for exclusion. Another reason for exclusion if children are victims. They're recruited and used in armed conflict. For example, have Article 1 of Paragraph F of the Convention on Refugees that excludes the status of refugees. And I will mention the article. The refugee status must not be granted upon people for which we have strong reasons to believe that they have committed grave, egregious crimes against peace and humanity, that they might have committed crimes under common law in the country to which they have migrated. So causes for exclusion that limit the statute of refugees, the refugee status actually may also be considered for children, and that is a problem. Therefore, To avoid this kind of application of the exclusion clauses, we must consider the age of the child. Are they penally responsible when they commit such atrocities? Or are they deemed eligible for punishment, for example? So there are no limits or bars here in this case vis-a-vis the penal responsibility of the child. We will find some elements on these minimum notions of justice in the United Nations framework. An article, for example, the considered age to be taken into account. Well, for example, let's consider 12 years for penal age in Belgium, but that may vary in accordance with the state, depending on the state we're talking about. I'll give you the example in the European Court of the Human Rights. They've accepted a case in England in which 10 years is valid for penal responsibility. So how are we to define penal responsibility? Liability will be taken into account age, the age in which the child committed such atrocities, in which he or she was part of these hostilities in his or her country, otherwise in his country of the country to which they migrated. So a solution that may be proposed that we must take into account the age of the child when they migrated to the country in which they were welcomed. When a child may be granted the status of refugee or refugee. In the case, as for the penal age, it's not sufficient. We must also take into account other factors as well, such as, for example, her mental capacity. Whether they intentionally committed those acts, we must consider. We must take into account the age in which they were caught by these armed groups, the duration of belonging in which the duration of their belonging to these armed groups, their motivation, the use of drugs, for example. These must all be taken into account when deciding whether this child was taken forcibly to be part of this armed band, and in that case, they may be considered as a refugee. We shouldn't necessarily rule out children. We have to take into account their realities, and other considerations must also be taken into account. Before concluding, I'd like to talk about the Statute of Human Rights. I think that is the question of refugees must be applied to children as well, because the European Court of Human Rights, in relation to the problem of the issues of foreign children and questions of their protection to life, they take into account that an element where a person must not be considered a violator. For example, if these infractions were forced upon them as children, if the child was forced into committing a crime. So we must consider the higher elements impinging on the rights of these children that are obviously underage, they're minors, and whether these acts were committed forcibly upon a higher force or pressure to ban these children or to rule them out. Vis-a-vis the statute of refugees, we will, in light of the European Court of Human Rights, I believe that this jurisprudence must also be applied to children soldiers. What can we say to conclude? I would say that to regulate specifically the statute of refugees of children soldiers, we must take into account the provisions. A key element for the protection of these children who may be author of atrocities. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Professor. Anima, that's nice for your Aksoy, for your brilliant explanation. We have some minutes. So I will try to organize these questions, receive some of them. I propose to the speakers to give a brief answer, if possible, and to so that everyone asks these questions. I'll then pass the microphone for you, ladies, and then Professor Alexandre. Professor Alexandre, is it possible to make it compatible? And on one hand, we have the need to ensure human rights, and the other hand, we have national interests as pelvic protection. Is it possible to make these interests compatible in the case of the United States? You mentioned the case Handel versus Rumsfeld. So we had the terrorist acts in 2001 and the reaction of the United States and many atrocities committed in the Guantanamo prison and even the Supreme Court of the United States. And this judging only occurred in 2001. The USA Patriot Acts then in 2001 was a series of infringements to constitutional rights, especially in the North American states. So is it possible to make this interest comfortable so these were forgotten in the name of the human rights, in the name of the war bellic interest? So can pass already the question to our colleagues, Kathleen and Emin, so you can all answer. So I think it's a curiosity from the students how these refugees, Helen Maxoy, how are these refugees, how are they being treated? Turkey, for example, receives the greater number of refugees in the world, 3 million refugees from Syria. So it's a country that receives these refugees. So this is the first question. How are they being treated in terms of access, humanitarian access? And a second question that is from the speaker, Jader, also. If these humanitarian actions, are they able to make that these countries in war respect the human rights within their population, this denial of war crimes and denial of areas that are wounding civilians, that reduces the responsibility of Russia, for example? So Turkey is a country that receives many refugees in relation to the humanitarian human rights. So we question this. Do these countries, they receive the human rights of its own population? So the question to our guest, Katalin Rollet, it will be the same question. How are these Ukrainian refugees are being treated in Hungary in terms of access to human rights, humanitarian human rights? And you address the matter of a fair trial. What we have in the 20th century, we have in the second half of the 20th century, didn't have trials considered fair, especially in the second half of the 20th century. Do you believe personally that we may have in a near future trials that are more fair regarding our inter-American courts, in our international courts, justice courts?
In your country, in Hungary, because we have thousands of them go to your country. And the second question, in recent history, we haven't had exactly, that's my opinion, fair trials, right, towards these international courts of justice. So do you personally personally believe that in a close future, at least, we'll have more fair trials? Essas são as perguntas. Vou passar primeiramente então para o professor Alexandre Rocha, por favor.
It's the first question to Professor Alexandre Rocha.
A pergunta que
So the question that Dr. Tarxis addressed me,
maneira, a minha resposta
in a certain way, my answer,
atropela as outras perguntas,
so maybe
fazer a aplicação.
answers already the other questions, so the questions that are asked to my colleagues.
A pergunta que o Dr. Tassi me fez é universal.
But the question that he made is a universal question.
As senhoras e os senhores estão no ambiente jurídico,
All of you are in a legal environment,
do direito,
so the concern
como
of the law,
nossas colegas
as our
também
colleagues so
demonstraram,
well showed and explained, the concern of the law is to the duty to be.
tem uma outra visão.
I have another view,
A visão do
vision,
estrategista.
is the vision of a strategist. The vision of a strategist is not of the duty to be, is to become, how to become. So Dr. Dox's question is purely and simple: what measures will the strategist and the jurist, how can they coincide?
Em que medida o dever
That is, how the measure of the duty to be results in the possibility of being. So all the matters resume to this.
a primeira característica
The first aspect and the essential aspect of power is efficiency.
não existe poder
There's no inefficient, no power that is inefficient. If it's not efficient, it's not power. Maybe it's some other thing and it's referred to as power, but it's not really power. So all the determinations of international conventions,
do Tribunal Penal,
of the International Legal Court,
resoluções da ONU,
the UN resolutions, how many UN resolutions regarding the Palestinian topic were done for nothing, for no help at all, unless for people to participate of conferences like this
e troca ideias.
and exchange ideas in a very friendly manner and interesting way. But in practice, it's very, very limited effect.
A questão é
So the question is, how can we do to transform the duty to be, the legal declaration that something must be followed this way and not this other way? As,
que adianta que um tribunal
so what is, how useful is it that the court has a sentence that is not respected or not implemented? So what use is if a court has the sentencing of war crimes if it's not under its jurisdiction? So it's not useful. We can make as many conventions as possible, so many legislations and treaties and regional
ou
agreements or even national agreements, if there's no such power to make these resolutions to be obeyed or respected, they will not produce any practical effect.
dizendo quem é o bandido,
Only speeches, useless speeches in the international scenario, but no practical effects.
entendeu?
Thank you. Thank you for this question. Turkey welcomes 3 million Syrian refugees, but it also receives refugees from Ukraine, from Pakistan. So Turkey, it's like a point of welcome of refugees. So just information. Turkey does not have an agreement for Syrian agreements because this will result in several aspects and problems. We just give a temporary protection. That's not the same as a status of refugees. So it's, for 10 years we have received these Syrians, and many of them, because of the proximity, the cultural proximity, and many of them became citizens. Some were born even in Turkey, but most recently there were no hostility between our society. But with the increase of refugees and because of our economical problems, now we have some hostility problems that have origin. And Turkey is part of Europe. Just give a brief summary. We have a Dublin agreement in Europe, and from the moment that you enter an European country, you have to ask for the asylum from the first country of welcoming. So this is a source of problems and conflicts between Europe and Turkey, because Turkey, you can cross the border by foot. Many refugees attempted this. They're trying to go to Greece, that expelled them using arms, guns. And this triggered an alarm in the Inter-European Human Rights Court. And exactly, there is a military force that will then protect the European Union borders. There were recently some migrants, naked migrants, also found. And Turkey accuses Greece, and Greece accuses Turkey. We don't know exactly how these migrants ended there. So there's many problems involved. Europe, at the first moment, proposed to Turkey to give money so that they should receive money to welcome these refugees, receive these refugees, say, then receive an amount, not all the amount. I'm talking to an attorney, a friend of mine. He had clients that received this statute of temporary protection, and he committed a crime. And except that, they wanted to expel him. And this was, and he begged to be sent back to prison because the centers, it's terrible. So we have many problems in Turkey.
Let me answer first to the second question. I guess it was concerning the fair trial. That is my personal opinion. So because of the backload of the cases in the Ukrainian courts, which as of June 2022 have more than 15,000 pending cases, and the number of international bodies and foreign countries cooperating in the investigation of war crimes in Ukraine, there were calls to create a special hybrid court to centralize the domestic and international efforts. In May, the idea of establishing a special international tribunal was formally endorsed by a group of members of the European Parliament. And the establishment of a special tribunal within the framework of the United Nations could be hampered by Russia's position as a permanent member of the Security Council. So it is an institutional problem. And the second institutional problem is the difficulty of gathering the necessary two-thirds majority in the General Assembly, the United Nations. So this is the institutional problem, and that's why I'm skeptical. And the second is the interpretation, and I was talking about it. And the first question was, I guess, about the refugees and Hungary. So this was the biggest humanitarian challenge in the history for my country, this. And unfortunately or not, but the Ukrainian refugees, they do not stay in Hungary. Mainly they go to Western Europe because, you know, we are an Eastern European country. However, okay, member states of the European Union, but I just tell you that one of the poorest countries of the European Union. So who wants to stay there? Me. Nobody else. I'm sorry for that. They don't stay there. They just go to Germany, France, Switzerland, United States of America. No one stays in my country. It's just a transit country. Okay.
Thanks.
Si tu me permets, je voulais juste ajouter.
Eu gostaria apenas de. I would say that the position of Europe is very hypocritical in terms of refugees because right now we're dealing with Ukrainians. The Ukrainians for Switzerland, they can seek refugee status on the internet, and the Syrians don't have that opportunity. Ukrainians can do it, Syrians cannot do it. So I'd like to emphasize the hypocrisy of the European Union vis-a-vis refugee issues and their status. I hope that everyone enjoyed this roundtable discussion. Congratulations on the brilliant presentations and speeches. I'd like to thank Dr. Alexandre Sérgio da Rocha, Kathleen Ho, Lei, and Amina Axoi for your great speeches. We'll wrap up now and we'll give you the certificates to our speakers for their participation. Thank you so much. And all of those in the audience, thank you for coming. Thank you. And now I would like to invite Ana Beatriz to provide the certificate to Ana Beatriz, if you will please step up and grant our dear professor his certificate of participation. I'd like to ask our dear speakers to resume their seats in the audience, and I will start the next panel. To mediate the second panel under the topic Affectations of the Pandemic on Traditional Peoples and Assurances of Human Rights, I'd like to invite Leah Azevedo as a mediator. She has a PhD in management from the Federal University of Bahia. She has a master's in regional development from UFT. She's a leader of the research group Management and Assessment of Public Policies of CNPq, and a professor in the master's program in the rule of law and human rights issues at ESMAT and the Federal University of Tocantins. I would like to invite also the panelists, Natividad Gutierrez from Mexico, Mary Paula Aarons Cunning from the United States of America. And I would like to invite also Alex Pizio from Brazil. Please join us on stage, sir. Thank you. At this time, I will give the floor to the mediator of the panel, Dr. Leah Azevedo. Good morning, all ladies and gentlemen present here today, professors, students, officials. I'd like to welcome you all, those who are following us online. Now, continuing this brilliant Congress, we have now a very important roundtable discussion on a dear topic when it comes to human rights, very dear topic, which is traditional communities and the current state of affairs that they undergo in the post-pandemic world. Here we have speakers, international speakers, Mexico, US, and Professor Alex Pisa from Brazil. And these are researchers in this under this topic who will obviously bestow upon us a high quality discussion to allow us to understand the current state of affairs of this theme. I will introduce to you the speakers in the order of their presentation. Professor Natividad Gutierrez Chong is a sociologist, Mexican sociologist from the Faculty of Political Science of the Autonomous University of Mexico. She has a master's and a PhD from the London School of Economics and Political Science in the United Kingdom. And she is a coordinator of intercultural studies. And she's been researching extensively on indigenous populations and national projects and nationalisms and ethnic autonomies with research initiated in 1983. Certainly, she will give us a brilliant lecture. You have the floor, Professor Natividad Gutierrez Chong. Good morning, all. I'd like to, thank you for the invitation. And it's always, I'd like to come back to Palmas soon enough. I would like also to deal. The focus of this Congress is multidisciplinary and multifaceted, so we may understand the complexity that we're facing after the pandemic crisis that we went through and the war currently going on in East Europe. This is a title that I have of the presentation that I have put together for today. It will deal with the people's some ideas, indigenous people's ideas, and current state of affairs. We didn't have much information on what happened to the indigenous populations and the Afro-descendant population of Mexico after the pandemic. We know that in the beginning of the pandemic, there were many uncertainties, but we also knew that the COVID-19, we thought it would affect only the urban areas and those the wealthiest segments of society, those that travel, that were at international airports, for example, those who still went on carrying out festivities. But they contaminated so many people, mostly among the domestic labor, for example, went back to their communities and and neighborhoods, and they were contaminated and sick. And many of these people were contaminated by their richer, by their the richer segments of the population, their bosses, if you will. So the disease trickled into rural areas. We thought that the COVID would be limited to urban centers, but it actually spread out into the hinterland of the country. We don't know much about the Afro-Mexican population. This population in Mexico, it's the first time that we have accounted for them in the census carried out in 2020. It was estimated that there are 1.5 million Afro-Mexicans, and among indigenous peoples, we know that they're under 10 million and no more than 20 million. It will depend on the definition of indigenous populations that we're dealing with. So it's very important because the lack of information in that sense makes us view the problem and how COVID affected these populations. It made us have a hazy idea, a vague idea about the impact of COVID on these populations, a fuzzy idea, and how these Afro-descendant populations and indigenous peoples have been adversely affected. So there are other factors: poverty, marginality, lack of infrastructure, different economic and institutional problems and infrastructural problems. In the case of the pandemic, this was perhaps, it went into it showed us the structural weaknesses of the country in terms of well-being, health, for these indigenous peoples and Afro-Mexican communities. We also saw a very interesting aspect, and I am not going to delve into detail at this point, but the pandemic did affect groups by age, gender, sex, the skin tone, and differently, so that in the future, when we carry out research on that front through an intersectoral approach, we must get to know better how it grew faster how COVID grew faster in some groups rather than others, and in what ways they were catered to and provided for in terms of health assistance, healthcare, actually. What are the data that we have available to us? We have data called, we have technological tools in which we have built maps. These maps have allowed us to identify where they were located, especially contagion and contamination through COVID, the most adversely affected populations. These maps, if you will, were made up by the agencies, government agencies and departments, health departments, and those who write censuses on indigenous peoples, for example, and they were identified. Some maps were actually drawn up on indigenous peoples and Afro-Mexican populations in the municipalities of Esperanza, which is a category we must take into account because we're going to be dealing later on with poverty issues and vulnerability and contagion due to COVID-19. We're showing you a map of with examples of the maps that were drawn up, and the colors, dark colors in red, indicate the concentration of indigenous populations in these areas in the south and the southeast of the Republic of Mexico, and other sources as well that are available, and the data, qualitative data available to us that were compiled. We did ethnographic studies, interviews, and indigenous people and Afro-descendants and their communities were canvassed and interviewed, and it's interesting to see. They were surveyed, and interestingly enough, the responses were quite multifarious. I'll be talking about them later. And these responses faced with the phenomenon of COVID-19, if you will.
Con esos mapas
So with these maps in our hand, it was possible to see, to actually raise some assumptions. We cannot state them we cannot make ironclad statements, but we can say that indigenous and Afro-Mexican communities are more vulnerable to COVID-19. This indicator of vulnerability has allowed us to see the kind of disadvantage, structural disadvantage that these indigenous populations are subjected to. And we're talking here about the state of Oaxaca, which is in the south of Mexico, a population in which there are many different indigenous groups, over 16 of them, and we have a very strong territorial foundation for the African and Mexican population as well. However, even though these municipalities feature many indigenous peoples, and there is a higher likelihood of contagion, they recorded they have higher rates than Municipality of Esperanza. How come we're talking about Esperanza? These are municipalities that had less contagion, less contamination, in which the response was almost immediate, and we're going to be looking at that, by the people to curb contagion. And that's very interesting because that leads us to the recognition of the strategies, intercultural strategies, and the local knowledge and the tools available within those groups to face that crisis. And also here, let's see, this is about talking about two cases actually. The case of Zapoteco in the northern Sierra and the coast of Oaxaca for African Mexicans. And these places, responses were, and they made us think seriously about the displacement of the intercultural issues. And the response was done through consensuses and the exchange of knowledge and the horizontal decision-making process that went on in those regions. And who are the Zapotecas and the North Sierra of Oaxaca? As I said before, the northern mountain range of Oaxaca. This is a settlement of 16 groups, ethnic groups, indigenous groups. Among them, one of them is the Zapoteca people and the Zapoteca nation, if you will. The Zapoteca developed a way a way of political organization on a voluntary basis called commonality, if you will. And here I'd like to say that Oaxaca has over 500 municipalities, about 400 or a bit more. And these are municipalities that are ruled over by the internal normative systems. These are municipalities that uses and customs, as they're called.
And in these municipalities, the community, the people, they exercise their authority to choose their authorities. There are no political parties. They are elected by consensus. And in fact, the communality deepens the way of reaching a consensus. No decision is taken if it's not by consensus, and so the majority vote does not exist. It's a very interesting way to see how this idea works, of this community idea works. The tools, the social technical tools based on knowledge, which were used to put in practice Zapotec knowledge, were community assemblies where the legitimate agencies and how these populations and communities were organized, and also taking all the decisions in a horizontal manner, and how we are able to promote an efficient action from a decision-making process, isolating the municipalities for other people that were not resident in that specific city or municipality. In addition, women and men were then called by the community assembly, convoked by this assembly to follow instructions or orders determined by these community assemblies, both women and men, and they were all responsible together. In addition, public resources, for in a very delayed manner, were then sent to these indigenous communities or populations. So they have this access, limited entries. So later then, physicians, doctors, and nurses were on the first line to receive these resources, and all of this organized and controlled by the community authorities. So then what happened with the Afro-descendants in the coast of Oaxaca? And this location, we identified a lack of services, institutional services offering for the Afro-descendants. They don't have the same rights as the indigenous populations. As I said, they're only accounted for in the census of recognition by our Constitution, but it's still not in place as a subject of rights, public rights. They don't have their own municipalities, so they exercise their self-governing form or as a local governance. But what happened to them, the Afro-descendants? What did they do exactly? Then they take the traditional medicine with traditional herbs to tackle this crisis. So this made that different Afro-descendants populations there on the coast has an ephemerity. But remember that in the mountain areas or in the coastal areas, telecommunication is very bad, and sometimes even don't exist. So there is a displacement of communication that happens as in ancient times, mouth by mouth, seeking for ways to be able to communicate or to pass this information as fast as possible. So both the Zapotecas and the Afro-descendants, they faced and they treated the crisis using their same resources, the contamination by COVID-19, and how they were able to handle these contaminations, as I mentioned. This was then placed in this category of Esperanza municipalities, because in these municipalities, they didn't have any significant contaminations cases, COVID cases. And as we can observe now, is this traditional knowledge exchanging the resources used by the local populations, they were effective in facing this crisis. Here we have some statements that we made, some ethnographic observations and by interviews. For example, they mentioned that they have to act very quickly, and also the assemblies had to respect community decisions that were defined in these assemblies, that concentrated all the decision-making process in a horizontal manner, and the care and services were conducted both by men and women of the community. And it was not just a matter of visiting a neighbor. but to deliver information that were useful and as fast as possible. So accesses were closed. Oh, some that in interviews mentioned in the case of indigenous people that did not celebrated their festivities, and this means a lot because it was a time where these groups they have a social gathering, and many indigenous they live in the United States, and it's just a time that they go back to their country of origin to establish this social relationship with family and to be able to celebrate these festivities during this period. So they felt very unhappy, but this was a measure that they had to take to be able to isolate this pandemic. Another very interesting point is the accountability of the number of people that died of this disease, or if in other places of the country, for example, for the fear of rejection, or not to be taken to a hospital, or maybe die in a hospital. Some people did not inform that they were contaminated or they have any cases in their families. So in some places and municipalities, for example, a person that was interviewed, that just in trust, it was possible, he admitted that he or she has contact with contaminated people or people that had even died due to COVID, and so only in last cases they seek the service of the traditional medicine, and then they inform sometimes that they had contaminations in their family. And on the other hand, agriculture communities were also isolated, and they all also had fear of communicating that they had contamination cases because there also the history of violence in this indigenous and Afro-Mexican communities, and because of this fear of rejection, to be treated in a different way, and they already are treated differently when they seek for public services. So this meant that they had even more fear, a fear that they're already familiar, especially in this community that was also increased because of this fear of rejection. And we, considering for this population and the prohibition to have a service, memorial service, or a death ritual. It's very significant for this population. There's many symbols involved. So many people in this community they stress this idea that they should not inform if there are any COVID cases, because they feared to be out, don't have contact with the family. The Mazawa writer Susana Bautista, many young people, they resisted until they could, and sometimes went back to their community to heal and even die in their community. And many also did not inform because, again, of this fear of rejection, and many, because of this experience, they didn't seek for a physician or for a hospital because they feared to die away from their community. And for as a conclusion, and considering that we need to know a lot of what had happened among these communities, have been recovering their lifestyles of strength that they have and their traditions, their knowledge, and we recognize the importance of their culture to face the crisis, and also of the organizations that they refer to as communality, their own community organization. It's a manner of defining the social and ethical capital, that saying that they have reciprocity within this community, the horizontality in the decision-making process, and the protection of the self-care. And there's a lot of trust in the decisions taken by themselves and for themselves or else. Thank you for your attention.
Parabéns, professora, pela sua palestra, por nos trazer dois
Thank
casos.
you for your presentation. So it brings two cases, so important cases for our reflection. So now I'll invite our second speaker, Professor Mary Paula Ahrens Quenning from the United States.
A professora é diretora
Professora, she's interim director of the international programs at the Faculty of Agricultural, Consumer, and Environmental Sciences, associate professor of the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Economics, and she was the former interim of director of the Lehman Center for Brazilian Studies, all from the University of Illinois. She's an economic demographer with a focus on household decisions. Her areas of research include schooling and child labor, domestic consumption, family farming, family planning, and international migration.
Com a palavra, professora.
So, you have the floor. Thank you for introduction and for invitation to be here. So I'm going to talk about the pandemic so I'm going to use the words of American Indians that they're used in research. So indigenous researchers, they use these words. Alaska is a state of the United States that in the northern part.
Quem são os American Indians, Alaskan Natives? Nos Estados Unidos são auto-identificados no censo.
Who are the? They can choose one more than category in a Disney, for example. You can choose American Indian plus Hispanic. This is very complex and complicated to make the demography, to measure this demography, what is happening inside this community. The tribes, they have registrations to be a member and very strict and have to be antecedents. The demography of the American Indians and Alaskan Indians, they have 5.7 million of people that identified only as American Indian and Alaskan Native, or in another category, racial or ethnical category, for example, Hispanic. And in our research, maybe we won't have Hispanic with American Indian won't be included in this questionnaire. Other identification or other groups or ethnic groups also have problems to being identified. They are discriminated against them as well. So you will see in these research, comparative research between American Indian and Alaskan Indians and between the white population, just to make it clearer. 1.7% of the population of the United States are American Indians or Alaskan Native. At least those that identify as such. And 2.2% of the American Indians, Alaska Native, they live in indigenous reserves. So 78% live outside of these reserves, or they live in the cities or in other rural areas. And 60% live in metropolitan areas. So it's very complex. aspect and very complicated for identification. And the tribes, they are 576 tribes that are recognized by the federal government of the United States. They receive health services from the Indian Health Service, IHS. It's a very important service to understand what is happening to American Indians and Alaska Natives. 2.6 million of people have the right to these IHS services. The history of the American Indians and Alaska Natives are quite long, and I only have one slide to resume this, to summarize this. But it's important to explain the history to understand how the pandemic affected this population. In the 19th century, American Indians were expelled from their territories, traditional territories, in the middle west and west of the country by colonial settlers that came from Europe. They ended in reserves mainly in the western part of the country. And the government of the United States signed treaties with these tribes in the 19th century. So since 1968, these tribes have sovereignty, and the federal government they have to support the programs of these tribes with federal funds. So the federal government has to provide resources and finance them, sponsor them. Here we have a map of these reserves in the United States. You can see the places where you can see in the state of Arizona, and especially in Arizona and New Mexico and the southwestern of the country. But you can see them in several parts of the country. I'm from the west of the Milwaukee, which is the western part, and there is a small reserve, Indian reserve there of the indigenous population that are called Seneca. They have also a casino there where they also can have funds, make their lives. The COVID-19 pandemic and their effect in American Indians and Alaska Native, they experienced the major drop in this life expectancy of these racial ethnic groups. In the first month of the pandemic, the Navajo tribe has the highest rate of infection of all the United States in these first month of the pandemic. Especially in May of 2020, higher than even in the state of New York, that received a lot of attention by the media. But the rate was very high here among the Navajo tribe. And the higher drop in the life expectancy, this was just released, and it's quite frightening, this data, because you can see that the American Indians have a life expectancy of 71.8 in 2019, and it dropped even more. So we have more groups, racial groups, ethnic groups that we have in the United States, like Asians, Hispanic population, white population, blacks, and American Indians. And you can notice that it has dropped in 6 years here, 0.6, and it's very frightening and impactful. It's very high. Not because only for the COVID-19, but for other cases like diabetes or heart attacks Or, and it's very impressive, this drop, this fall. And it's very sad also. Mortality rates by COVID for 100,000 people for ethnicity and race, and also by age. You can here notice that American Indians, they have the higher rate again. And Hispanic also have quite a high rate. You can notice here 2,000 deaths by per 100,000 people, and the source is from New York, but the state Center for Disease Control in the United States that had conducted this index. And the vulnerability causes a lack of water, drinking water, potable water, in research that was conducted by Rodrigues Leone, indigenous researcher that she conducted this survey in the first month of the pandemic, and she noticed that the lack of drinking water and the high incidence of chronic conditions such as diabetes, and Native Americans and Alaska Americans are 3 times more likely to have diabetes than the white population in the United States. And also, they lived in multi-generational houses and overcrowded houses more than other groups, other racial and ethnic groups. Indian Health Service and the lack of resources allocated to IHS and subfinance, and 2.2 million of people that are eligible to receive this service. And there were only 625 beds, hospital beds, and 6 ICT beds in the beginning of the pandemic, and 10 ventilators for so many people. And the government spent less for for the patient of the IHS in comparison to other federal health programs. For example, there are $4,078 for patient of the IHS, and compared to 13,185 in Medicare, and 8,109 in Medicaid, and 10,000, almost 11,000 for the veterans of war veterans. So it's very low if you compare these different health services to the service provided by IHS.
And indigenous researchers are saying that there's been a genocide of data. They're experts in demography. So I'd like to mention two indigenous researchers that you can link up with and do search on Google: Abigail Ecohart and Desi Rodriguez Lambert. Their experiences of American Indians and Alaskan Natives are erased because they're not measured. This is a topic here, and the researcher yesterday talked about it, about violence against women. We have the same problem here. We have the same situation. The population is underestimated, underreported, and the censuses in the United States, first thing to note, many records, health records, include now information on race and they don't include information on race and ethnicity. Recent data, you cannot do anything if you cannot measure the problem. You can't quantify it. The population also of American Indians and Alaskan Natives, it's rather small. So, and the data and official statistics, many times they're aggravated, they're grouped, and they're bundled up in groups with other people in a category that is called others. So that hides things, because the situation of American Indians and Alaskan Natives is quite different from the other groups, racial groups, and ethnic groups as well. And the first months of the pandemic, the Center for Disease Control now did not share the data with the epidemiologists of the tribes. So this was a problem. And the first studies, this is an example of what the situation looks like, the situation of data that we don't have. The first studies, only 23 states out of 50 were included because of lack of sufficient information, quality data, because the standard is not high enough and there are not enough data. So the state must have over 70% of medical records, including information on race. So this is not a very high standard. 70% is not high enough. And most states have not been able to reach that standard, and that's a huge problem. I will now talk about other optimistic issues. On a more optimistic note, we have the vaccination rates for ethnicity and race. And you can see that American Indians and Alaskan Natives have a vaccination rate higher than other groups in the United States. So we have, for example, 50% with full vaccination. They got 2 shots. And you can see also that blacks, for example, have low rates of vaccination, and whites also. And that's a problem in my country. But you can see, for example, in Mars and May, it was higher than other groups because, but why is it a success story? The reasons for success: the federal government allowed tribes to take up the leadership. And you have to also, something else happened. We changed our administration. So that was the Biden administration, that the Biden government that did that. Tribes decided to boost vaccination and leverage their priorities. They saw fit to, they decided the people that are over 50, they could get the vaccine. For us, you have to be at least 65 years of age in the beginning. And also, there are cultural values, community first. And that's a comparison with other cultures. In my country, I will talk about my rights. It's a very individualistic attitude. And you cannot say anything about to me. You can't tell me anything. I'm not going to take the vaccine because I don't want it. I don't want to explain why I'm not getting the medicine, the vaccine. I have the right to do whatever I want with my body. But that's not how American Indians, Native Alaskans think. They're thinking of their community. They're thinking about the whole sum of people. You need the vaccine to protect my parents, my grandparents, and also this community underwent many losses of people and relatives and friends. So they were more than willing to accept the vaccine, and they have respect for the elderly. So they could see, well, my grandfather is doing well. He got the vaccine. He's doing okay. So I'm going to get the vaccine as well. Excuse me. As for conclusions, conditions of historical inequality ensure that the pandemic would hit hard on American Indians and Alaskan Natives. The loss of 6.6 years of life expectancy in the years of the pandemic. That's quite impressive. It's something very sad indeed. So 2 years of over 6 years of losses and by way of life expectancy. American Indians and Alaskan Natives require better data and more complete data. The federal government must comply with its promises and distribute more funds to the Indian Health Service and the importance of self-determination of the tribes. It's also an important issue and an important conclusion. And I will wrap up my talk. Thank you so much for your attention. And thank you. Thank you, Professor, for your lecture. Congratulations. You have brought us impressive data indeed. I will now give the floor to Dr. Alex Bizio de Silva. He has a PhD in social sciences from the University of the Vale de Rio dos Sinos University of Sinos. He has coordinated the graduate program and regional development at EFT. He is a leading researcher in the nucleus for regional development studies. He is an effective member of the Mexican Association of Sciences for Regional Development. He's a co-founder of the Brazilian Network of Research and Management and Development, Territorial Development. His research studies have tackled topics such as poverty, vulnerability, resilience, social acknowledgement, and social capital. His empirical data have to do with the communities and regions in the north and region of Brazil. Good morning, all, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure being here. I'd like to acknowledge everyone who's watching us online. The topic of my talk will deal with some consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic on the day-to-day affairs of coconut workers in the Bico do Papagaio region. I will divide up my talk in two sections. The first section will tackle a general presentation of this population and the region, and then later on I will list some consequences and strategies that were adopted by the communities of coconut workers during the pandemic. These elements that I will present to you have been surveyed through two focal groups that we have put together. The first one of them was in August 2021. Upon on the occasion of the realization of the cycle of debates fostered by the research group on public policies and development within the program of regional development of UFT, and now recently, in the beginning of the month of September, we convened another focus group with leaders, community leaders that are part of the interstate movement of Babasu coconut workers, MCP, upon their leadership meeting that took place in São Miguel de Tocantins. I would like to start off with a reminder of our very dear Dr. Raimundo Gomes da Silva, the coconut worker, where she, by singing really, in fact, she brings us the reality of these ladies, of these women that comprise the region. These are groups that really, they undergo much suffering. They're exposed to many vulnerabilities and inequalities, but also these are women of great strength. They're true warriors. others that are not affected or they're unflinched. Yesterday we mentioned a sentence in the presentation by Dr. Elise, if I'm not mistaken, where she said that we should take a break, but we should never give up. We can rest, but we must not give up. These ladies, these women do not give up at all. This is a picture of 2017. It was published, an atlas, a new social atlas was published of the Babasu area, collection area. The starker area is called the Babasu ecological area. It concentrates in an area involving the states of Maranhão, Piauí, Pará, and Tocantins. According to the data of XIV, about 300,000 women are involved in the coconut breaking work. This is also a region that is the subject of the free Babasu legislation, the prohibition of cutting down, of chopping down the palm, the Babasu palm, and permissions for people to go into those territories and collect the coconut and to break them, which is a cultural practice, a long-standing cultural practice in the region. And then also this is a region with many conflicts around historical conflicts around land ownership and illegal occupations and the use of that land. I'm given the size of that map, of that image, I had to do a slice. I had to take a slice. I took off the subtitles, but many symbols that you see on the slide, they represent activities such as livestock raising, the existence of communities of coconut breakers, regions with armed conflict, and the threats. Activities, industrial activities, exploiting resources, for example, such as the cultivation of tapa, navel wood, and many other activities as well. And I tried to leave out those references, leave those references on the map, but we're going to be tackling the Bico do Papagaio region more intimately in the state of Tocantins. It's made up of 25 towns, such as, well, you know the region very well. And this is a region with much vulnerability, characterized by poverty, conflicts, excuse me, and the dearth of infrastructure that's quite relevant in terms of services and the paucity of services, rather. It's a big problem indeed. I have a mosaic of images and pictures because we are at an international event and it's being broadcast. So many people don't have enough knowledge about the reality of these groups, of these women, and of this activity. So we have a group of coconut breakers that are working together in picture one, breaking coconut. That's the work always done collectively. In picture two, we have more details about the one particular coconut breaker working. You spend a day's worth of of toil and labor to complete. It's one day's work to complete a bottle of nuts, if you will. We're a bit longer and even. It's very, very hard. It's hard work and it's painful work. Actually, it takes pains to do it. It takes a lot of pain to do it, and these women carry it out with much love. It's important to highlight that even though this is a very hard activity, a tough activity indeed. In addition to breaking the coconut, you must go to the babaçu plantations and collect them. So you're exposed to all sorts of situations, including violence. Because many times when they go into some farms or some properties, property owners have their employees, and it's not uncommon to have, and we have had reports throughout time of physical violence against these women. The picture 3 actually is it's a picture that we use to showcase the uses of babaçu. The babaçu coconut, we have the fruit split in two. You have the picture right there. Babaçu is used in its fullest extent, all the way from its leaves that are used to build homes and as cover for the homes, as you see in the picture, all the way to the basket weaving, but fundamentally babaçu as in nutrition, as well as both in nutrition with the production of flour, as well as in the extraction of the nuts that will be used to produce oil and babaçu oil, which is very characteristic of regional cooking. It's a foodstuff that's culturally very much appreciated by these groups. And lastly, we have a picture of a headquarters of the Association of Bico de Papagaio Women, in which they have a store, a little shop to market their products and to sell their goods. Well, since I was able to show you where Bico do Papagaio is located in this region right here, these were maps that were produced at UFT by my colleague in the Regional Development Program, Professor Rodolfo, who did follow-up work on COVID, mapping out all the way from the incidence of the disease all the way to the deaths. And we could ascertain that the region, the Bico de Papagaio region, was severely affected, mostly. And when it comes to the death toll, even though there is a larger concentration of people in the center, the region of Palmas, Araguaí, and Gurupi, those are the production hubs in the state. These are the main cities, economic hubs of the state. And just as an illustration of what we mean, and here, what was the methodology of our study? As I had said before, in the beginning, I said that we undertook, we had two focus groups, and the purpose was to understand the impacts of the pandemic, but providing a voice to this population, providing them with a voice, how they perceived and how they, what were the problems and the issues that they had listed as relevant. So these focal groups, we had leaders from the municipalities of São Miguel to Cocotim, Sete Barragas, Settlement, Xixada de Cocotim, Sítio Novo, Praia Norte, Carrasco Bonito, and Esperantina. These are municipalities in Bico do Papagaio region. They're known because they shelter important groups and organizations of coconut workers. We tried to. We had three main questions for the focal group, the focus group. What had changed in the communities because of the pandemic, the alterations that took place, the main hardships and difficulties that they had to go through in the course of the pandemic, and whether there had been transformations in their day-to-day lives after the pandemic, in the post-pandemic world. So some challenges engendered by the pandemic questions listed by the group, by these leaders and these ladies and these women. And the first group, at a first approximation, they were concentrated on the issue of food security and insecurity, and the question of education. So, to ensure that these questions would be answered, we had some initiatives. We made efforts on the part of these groups. They exerted efforts through the collective arrangements and the associations and their movement and XIV movement to carry out the mapping of the families that underwent much difficulty through isolation, the isolation of people on their properties and their homes. The coconut workers had time to they had fewer activities, and these are populations that depend basically on collecting activities. If they cannot break coconuts, they have to go through many difficulties. They underwent much difficulty, especially economic hardship, and that led to the increase in vulnerability when it comes to to food security, which led in turn to a situation of insecurity. That was an issue that they had to delve into in the course of our first group of the survey we did whilst debating those issues. That mapping basically was done by on the telephone and WhatsApp groups, wherever available, and wherever there was an internet network. We raised the contact details of people and the information we needed, and there was mobilization on the part of a movement also, a MXCB movement also, around capturing resources, raising funds from public departments and companies in the region as well. And from that point on, they drew up their own strategies to support those families and those women through baskets of foodstuffs and basic food, and that was a very hard task indeed, because there was the issue of distances and difficult access to some communities, and families avoided contact to the extent possible. Many times they made arrangements on the phone or on WhatsApp as long as there was an internet signal. They got together, for example. They arranged for for certain points where people would get to in search of those baskets of foodstuffs. And this is a talk by one of them as an illustration of that arrangement, of that strategy to provide pickup points, pickup sites for basic foodstuffs for everyone. And also mostly for people, for the neediest among them, and those that had COVID and their families at their homes. Other challenges. Yet another issue that was very salient in their statements that took a long time to solve has to do with the issue of communication and mobilization. These women have a tradition. They have tradition of collective work, and there's a whole lot of historical organization, if you will. But the region of Bico, the Papagayo region, and mostly where the communities are located, these are sites with many structural deficiencies. You have many difficulties in terms of internet signal, internet services. If you travel to do research, you know that Pico de Papagayo, sometimes it doesn't have any, even phone lines that are not working. Landlines don't work because your operator doesn't provide antennas or infrastructure for communication. You're not able to even talk to people.
So if this happens in an urban environment,
tanto mais o é quanto
This is more even possible in the rural environment, in these communities.
aumento
You
dessa
have an increase of this difficulty, access difficulty to the telephone service, even to the sign, not to mention internet.
houve aí também embora elas tenham se engajado
Although
muito
they're very committed and engaged
contatos online,
to online contacts,
mesmo participando, organizando,
even participating in organizing interstate meetings with other groups using with the help of platforms as Google Meets.
houve muita dificuldade
There
delas
was a lot of
manifesto de
difficulties that they
tornar
expressed
essa prática mais
to make this practice more effective,
como uma das falas vai
which
dizer,
is
olha,
one of their
é muito difícil
statements here. It's very difficult to deal with the rural worker and with this worker that works breaking coconuts and that are in the rural areas. And when we get to an understanding, it's the communication ceases. It's very difficult than the presential.
uma questão muito
So
acentuada
this is a very intensified
e também a questão
aspect
do
by them, by these workers, and also the distance.
a
And
capacidade
this made it more fragile, the capability they had to mobilize themselves.
e outro ponto essencial
And another key aspect that was also highlighted in the first moment and will then come back in the second moment is regarding education and educational inequalities. You can see some of their statements that will show the extreme difficulty they had in and have their young students.
uma vez que na cidade
Once that in the cities you had the remote learning, but this in the rural areas was not so effective. So young students and children, they need transportation. They need transportation to get to the schools and to get those environments where they could eventually access internet, so they will be able to have online classes. And one of the first actions that happened from the public power, public statement and justifying the distance was to cut the transportation means. So then children did not have this opportunity to reach these areas. So there's a major difficulty to access these equipments. Few that were able to follow this online learning did this through the help of telephone equipment and with very outdated equipment and a very precarious way, so that they can then try to continue their activity and continue studying. According to some reports from these schools, sometimes it was reduced to the teachers sending activities to attempt to try to enable this communication, and then the students trying to receive this material and trying to answer the teachers. You can see here in the second statement here, reporting then the teacher that told that it was common that these young students trying to, in the middle of the night, to try to ask questions to the teachers when they have when the internet signal or access is better. So there is this idea or this impression that is, I think, is very accurate from them, that the first moment how the education was addressed using sticks was not very effective for these groups in particular.
Já quando nós nos
And
tivemos
then
esse momento,
in a second moment, now recently last September, when we conducted a new focal group,
a questão da educação
the education
novamente
aspect
voltou
once
à
more
cena, mas dessa vez já
was discussed and was included. If before they had a concern, now there is a fact that was the major hindrance,
precisa ser recuperada.
a loss that must be recovered. This time that was lost must be recovered.
Isso aumentou a desigualdade
And this increased the inequality among these groups and other classes that, comparing to other classes or other students that have a better internet access and were able to study. Recently, if I'm not mistaken, 2 weeks ago, a survey was published just pointing out
a pandemia,
that the pandemic with the remote classes, which was the alternative, it enhanced the inequality, the learning conditions between these groups, the poor groups that they already, before the pandemic, they didn't have also a public quality teaching, and with the pandemic they suffered this mother loss and increasing this disparity between the groups. And an aspect that I also mentioned previously, as these classes were suspended, the presential life, because of the pandemic, many municipalities, they opted to dismiss some teachers. There is a deficit of teachers, especially in this region of the Bico region. They are hired and they not take a public exams to become a public servant. So it's constantly renewed, but they are hired temporarily. But they were dismissed because of the pandemic. And then when some activities were resumed, it was also questioned the quality of the professional, of the teacher. If there is a talk of Maria Senhora that said anyone here is a teacher. She just gets an activity from the internet and she sends it for our students, and they don't know as well what it is. And by this situation is just continuously perpetuated. Here, just to show you this differences. They confirm some trends here. You can see here a graph that shows the presence of computers and internet in the households. Classes do you need? And we have an elevated percentage of households that don't have internet or access to the internet, and other that they with computer and with the access to internet almost 50%. And when you observe those that had access to the internet, most of them they were done through mobile phones. And this was previous to this other data. And it shows also the usage of the internet by households in the Brazilian state. Here we have Tocantins. In this graph, it doesn't seem such a high disadvantage, but we have to consider that when you divide among micro regions of each state, you will have a very different access and a very distinct availability in the region of Bico do Papagaio. We have a lot of access maybe in Palmas, Saragoina, Gurupi, and the major cities. But we ourselves here in the Federal University, we have online class. We had online classes during this period, and we noticed the difficulty that some of our students had when they were not in these major centers of Tocantins. They have difficulties in following up the classes and the activities, not to mention that the prepaid access using mobile phones and closing the camera not to spend more attention to spare the access made it more difficult. The second aspect, and this called our attention, that was then appeared post-pandemic, is about the vaccination aspect. The most part of the group, they seeked the health stations to get vaccinated, but there was a common declaration talk by these women making accusing the vaccination that they had made this other diseases, potential diseases, and they were accusing the vaccines. And the problem was the side effects of this COVID vaccine. And like, for example, stress. They mentioned a lot memory loss, and they mentioned, now I forget everything, and this is an effect of the vaccine. And this did not happen before this vaccine, so we have a problem here of interpretation of the facts, but also the clarification of the information that is delivered to this community, how they receive this information. I highlighted here a talk of one of these representatives, but it was an isolated case. Among 12 that was then present, only one did not validate or agree this talk that was common among the others workers. Only one of them she didn't have any type of side effect from the vaccine. She did not believe that any disease were consequence of the vaccination. And she also said, I always vaccinated myself since I was a child, and a vaccine always has some type of effect, but it's not causing any type of disease. But the fact that we are working with a population that's very vulnerable with very low access to health services. And the first image that I showed you in the beginning of my presentation of Dr. Raimunda, she's very dear to me, that I have the pleasure to know her, to be received by her in her home. And I could feel the satisfaction that she had to tell me, to offer me lunch, then to prepare lunch when I was at her home. And it things that I'm very emotional when I talk about this. And Dona Raimunda, she is a symbol of the struggles that she faces, and she was the leading representative. But in that image, she was already very old and in the end of her life, and she suffered with other diseases that were consequence of her activity to breaking this coconut palms and exposing you to many problems. And then you will have health issues linked to this activity. And this was a woman that she was very seeked by politicians because of her importance. And at that moment, and faced with her diseases, she's not able even to walk properly. She has difficulty to get a transportation to take her to a medical appointment. in a municipality near where she could be seen by a doctor. So these are situations that are potentialized, that are supported and force themselves. This here is another data that I did not expect it to identify when we conducted this research. Is it related to sociability? Here we have some talks of these workers, these women, and one of them declared, people don't want to take our hands or embrace us. Apparently, this has another meaning in the pandemic situation or post-pandemic situation. We have to have all this care using the alcohol gel so that to avoid contaminations. But culturally, we are a nation. This matter involving the physical contact and the welcoming and embracing is something that is very important. It's not only to raise your hand and to greet formally someone, that what we do in our daily life. This has another meaning for these people, for this community. And just to remind you that these women traditionally they work in a collective environment. They work together as they they define in a partnership perspective, in a family environment. They don't go. It's not only an activity to go to the palm area of the Babasu, but they go together singing and protecting themselves as the brotherhood, the sisterhood. Babasu region can be easily and can, if they are alone, they can suffer any types of violence. But in group, while they go in group, they unite themselves to resist to these situations. So what did we expect? We knew that there was a distancing inside the society, but in a group, this one, that sociability is key for their activity. And as soon as we establish again the contact, it will be a reason for celebration. Let's hug ourselves again. Let's meet again and be happy again together. But this is what they are mentioning here. That it doesn't happen any longer. I want to say of the habit of the people in the community because of the COVID. When we go to a meeting, they're always in an open area because 2 years after the pandemic, we don't touch other people. We are losing the habit of approaching and to hugging the person. When we arrive, we just say good morning, good night, and we don't greet others and hug others. We don't say to the other with the human warmth. And this is something new for these women, and we don't have too much investigation regarding the consequences of this behavior because of the pandemic. After the pandemic, it's not a trend of a certain individualism, but to everyone being kept in its own individual spot. But this has also repercussions of the way how they organize themselves, and it has also economic consequences. And that are evidence. So, to the now preliminary conclusions, the pandemic expanded the vulnerability of these families through reducing their income, even though despite they're very organized, they have a work logistic, a production, logistic also. They organize the oil, the coal that are extracted from the Babasu plant. It's very restricted logistics in terms of market. And so the market they were very limited to their distributing or selling their products, or even margin actors that are that go in this market, that they have a higher profit because they just are they don't produce anything, but they just intermediate that the selling of the production. Even these actors in their absence, they generated a major loss because they enable this process for the distribution of these products. Usually these families, they sell their products in fairs or special events. And in terms of education, we notice the enhancement of the level of inequality between the children of these coconut breaking workers and rural workers, and it has caused changes in the habits on the sociability form. But in my perspective, we should investigate this in a deeper manner so we can get to know what are the real consequences, so that we can understand better these issues and the consequences of the changes of this daily life that's very important in this region. And this picture was sent last week, the first gathering they had in presential. Usually we would have 200, 300, but we have a little lower number.
Thank you, Professor Alex Pizio, for your lecture. We will now open it for Q&A. We have been sent some questions on the internet, so I will start off by raising a question directed to one of the speakers. And those of you in the audience can ask questions as well. Just raise your hand and bring them to us. Our assistants will give you a microphone. The question that was raised has to do with the issue of the scenario that you envision in the future, mostly for the indigenous populations. What are the vulnerabilities and the challenges that must be faced in this post-pandemic world? Professor Natividad, would you like to start? I think that the pandemic was a hard task indeed to overcome for all of us. But we see that in the context of vulnerability and poverty, this was made worsened actually by we see that the capacity to galvanize people and to improve the resilience of people was taken to a higher level. And the internal structure of communities, indigenous and African Mexican communities, that has left us many lessons and a solid experience of organization. While on the other hand, the institutions and public policies and health policies, and first of all, we need more information, and secondly, we need to acknowledge the cultural diversity, which is not an obstacle, quite the contrary. They're flexible and very opportune, so we can face the crises lying ahead. So this has been an experience that certainly we will have it again in the future, and we can draw upon the lessons in the future. As everybody knows, it's the first time we've had something so massive in its scale. And our response to natural disasters, for example, in the rural world, has taught us a great deal in terms of boosting the internal organization effectively in these communities. Obviously, that has left us lessons for the future, and also an experience that showcases the capacity to organization skills that indigenous and African Mexican populations have built up throughout time. So this is something we must take to heart seriously. Thank you.
Espero que o caso de vacinas vai ser
I hope that the case of the vaccines will be a case study to show that it would be good to build a trust, and the tribes and self-determination must be boosted, and we have many uncertainties in the United States at this time. The topic of data, I think that this is a problem still because the census, for example, is not disseminating data with with a great deal of information because of privacy issues. So that's a conflict that we have among demographers, statisticians. Censuses don't want more information on rural areas because they say that someone may identify an individual through these data, by means of these data. So I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. This is something we have such a rich, diversified country, yet we don't have data. And this, and smack in the middle of the 21st century, I don't know what system we will have with information and data in enough quantity and quality so we will have tools to face future pandemics. It's too early to answer that question.
good time agora.
And well, thank you. Well, we'll have to keep working on it. Well, I believe that in the Brazilian case, first of all, we must do we must have complete information on these groups. We've spent the past few years without a census. We know very little about them. What we do know is that there have been studies that we have done, getting to know their reality. It's a complex scenario. I think that our country is continental in size, but this is a very unequal country with a large concentration. And specifically as for indigenous peoples, that there's a whole lot to be done. Because if there's one group, we have many ethnic groups, but one marginalized group that suffers from many different deficits, social deficits. These are the indigenous peoples in the state of Tocantins. We have many communities of descendants of slaves, but in a way, these communities have luckily been able to advance and to make inroads towards greater access to ensure sustainability in their decision-making process. What we will have to refashion these elements as a nation, as a country. We must not look upon as a Brazilian nation, if you will. We must not look upon certain groups and pretend they're not visible and pretend that these inequalities are natural and impossible to deal with. Rather, it's quite the contrary. We must keep facing them. Well, anybody else? Other questions, comments? Well, I think that we can wrap up. But before, we're going to give out certificates to our professors here on this panel. Thank you so much. Okay. And now I would like to invite the appellate judge, Angela Hamnai, to bestow certificates upon the mediator. And now I would like to tell you that we're going to be
daremos início. Boa tarde a todos. Retornamos com a programação da 14ª edição do Congresso Internacional em Direitos Humanos, realizado pelo Poder Judiciário do Tocantins e Escola Superior da Magistratura Tocantinense e Universidade Federal do Tocantins. A violação dos direitos humanos.
What's the theme? The violation of human rights in war scenery. The third panel will be mediated by the Doctor of Law and International Rights, Gustavo Pascoal. He's also professor and coordinator of the Master's Program of the Rule of Law and Human Rights.
Convidamos também os
We'll invite also the speakers, Gonçalo Miles from Spain,
Lene Queiroz, do Brasil.
Blaine Queiroz from Brazil,
E Silvia Alves, também do Brasil.
and Silvia Alves, also from Brazil.
Neste momento, passo a palavra.
So at this moment, I pass the floor to Professor Gustavo Pascoal. Give you the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, now starting our activities. So from this afternoon sessions we have on the subject, the topic is the violation of human rights and consequence for the society in war and pandemic scenarios. We have here three authorities, pandemic authorities, to discuss the matter. We have here with us Professor Gonçalo Miles from Spain, philosopher, writer, and professor of the University of Barcelona, coordinator of the PhD program Citizenship and Human Rights, has experience in the area of philosophy with emphasis in modern philosophy and contemporary philosophy. He coordinates international group of research of cultural history and state, fruit of the partnership of the University of Barcelona and the Federal University of Minas Gerais, author of several books, including The Society of Control, Microphilosophy of the New Liberalism, the relation of state and human rights, internationality. We also have here with us Professor Blaine Royce Kaula, Doctor of Law from the University of Julia Tarragona. She's master's in business administration and civil law from the University of Fortaleza. She's a leader of the research group Environmental Dialogue, registered by the CNPq, and linked to the UNIFOR, University of California, leader of the interstate mediator and counselor by the Council of Law, assistant professor of UNIFOR, areas of subject, environmental law, educational law, and mediation law, and family law, and election law. Main books published: The Institutional Law, Independence of the Portuguese and Brazilian Laws, Relevant Aspects, The Gap Between Law and the Environmental Management, and from the Agenda 21 Local. Professor Dr. Silvia Alves has a Bachelor of Law from the Catholic University of Goiás, Masters of Law from the Catholic University of São Paulo, and PhD, and Associate Professor of the Faculty of Law from the Federal University of Goiás, coordinator of the program of public policies of UFG, and she's also a professor of the general theory in the undergraduate process. He has also experience in law, in civil processing, especially in public administration, public policies, consensus, and access to the justice. So after introducing our speakers, then we will start discussion of our topic. Once more, our topic is evaluation of human rights and the consequences for the society in war and pandemic scenarios. The presentations will happen as follows. First, Professor Silvia Alves Carvalho, following Professor Gonçalo Maios, and finally Professor Blaine Queiroz Caula. So I give the floor to Professor Silvia Alves Carvalho. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor and satisfaction to be here in Palmas for this 14th International Congress in Human Rights for a more than relevant and important theme, but always necessary, especially at this moment. I'd like to thank for your introduction, Professor Gustavo Pascoal, and also I'd like to thank everyone that worked and are also working so that this fourth International Congress in Human Rights can take place so successfully. Especially I congratulate the ESMAT and the presence of Judge Angela Issa and the Federal University of Tocantins, represented by Gustavo Pascoal, and current coordinator of Rule of Law and Human Rights Master's Program. It's really happy to be able to discuss with everyone here and with my colleagues and speakers here on the table. So I'm just gonna alert you that I did ask Professor Gustavo and also my other speakers that I wanted to start because I did several divisions about my approach, which is the access to the justice, the provision of legal service. And I've been working since 2002 with the problems involving the effectiveness of the legal services provision and also of the legal guarantees. And after I did all this division, I realized that I was like too provocative, and I was too horizontalized. So I'll start, and then my colleagues will then continue the discussion that I proposed initially. So I'm going to address, and I'm just going to put this in context. As I already said, my research program since 2002 hasn't varied. It refers to the legal effectiveness and the legal assurance, and together today it's the effectiveness of solutions within the legal system. And today, what I want to discuss with you, my main objective here, is so we can do a verification from the data collected within the scope of the National Court of Justice and the political defined and the National Council of Justice to ensure the effectiveness of the human rights to the material law has been efficient considering ODS 16. So this is what I'm going to detail, and mainly secondary data and presented by the National Council of Justice, and I follow up on these data and all the state justice courts, but I also do a general interpretation of the entire system, national system. So let's see how is this historic context, cultural and historic context that brought us here today to the current scenario, and how does this reflect in numbers. So first I will present you some quantitative issues. First, the ODS 16, which has as main objective the access to justice, the public safety, and a more peaceful society. Observing that the access to justice that is discussed here refers to the material access, that is, the guarantee to a merit decision marked by heterocomposite decision, that is, or a self-imposed decision that has been taken by the parties that are in conflict. And it's interesting to observe that the monarchy was defined by the absence of the state in relation to private aspects, with the decisions of the states involving in conflict of interest. It's possible to affirm, to state that this model entered a crisis after the 20th century, especially after 1950s. Yesterday, a speaker talked about this matter, the subrogation, and also the legal system as responsible and the unique responsible for the solution of conflict of interests. It seems that this moment enters starts the crisis since the 1990s. And I don't have I'm not pretentious to exhaust this theme, but to place this in the timeline. The crisis in the state finds its limits, and these temporal limits. It went until the limit of September 11, 2001 in the United States. There are enough publications addressing that this modern area had been concluded, had ended in that moment, not specifically because of that event, just to put this everything in context. Phase two in a society highly globalized. Above all, after the 90s, being illustrative, the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of the Cold War, the issue involving the access to justice and the effectiveness of human rights assumed a new perspective. So the roles of the legal system incorporates some insurance to ensure some conflict of interest through other means, not uniquely determined by the legal system. So the self-imposed methods, such as the mediation, arbitration, is incorporated to the legal practice. They already existed, but they were excluded from the legal practice as a rule. So, on the other hand, regarding human rights, they excel the dignity, human dignity as a well-being that must be protected, to recognize the affirmation of the individual, of the human being regarding its differences. And this sense, human rights, in addition to recognition of this protection, presupposes the protection of individual differences or groups. excelling its own sense of a substantial equality in terms of Aristotle, that reports us to the idea of equity. This historic process, cultural process, and political process results in this view. On the other hand, of failure in the efficiency of public and democratic institutions being especially relevant, the legal system was consistent discussions of its functions or roles, and if these is one of the powers of the state or a system of procedures or methods for the resolution of conflicts. So in this context, we recall the open systems regarding human rights being its key issue, equality. Some movements to reivindicate the non-recognition of minority groups, vulnerable and non-identified with the culture defined or identified as prevalent or determined as prevalent. Maybe this is the new phase of the crisis that we face. So after this, exactly after September 11, 2001. So this environment historically seeing serious violations to the environment. Then the pandemic happens, COVID-19, and the war between Russia and Ukraine. With regards to Brazil and the effectiveness of the rendering of legal service, it seems that we haven't felt it very strongly. The effects of the war, which refers to the rule of law and the services provided. And with regards to the pandemic, the judicial power, it was able to be verified in 2021 in the publications of the Justice Department. So there were dramatic effects. There was a loss of results that was quite significant. So after putting all this in context, I already start to develop this idea and then to the conclusion. My perspective, the perspective of my work regarding the effectiveness of the human rights and access to the material justice, considering ODS 16, is addressed by myself from the point of view of Nicholas Lumo, regarding of the self-poetic theory involving law and the legitimacy of the procedures involved, and under the Boaventura Souza Santos point of view regarding the material access to justice. So considering the jurisdiction, we consider the proposal of Hélio Facelari can be adjusted to provide answers to the current challenges regarding the role of the judicial power. And here I borrow some words from Professor Facelari. Jurisdiction currently is no longer power, but only the function, activity, and a guarantee. Its main indicator is the access to the justice, being it federal or not, or its objective to peace as a justice. This concept of jurisdiction encompasses the state justice, the arbitral justice, as well as the conciliatory justice. We understand that methodologically speaking, this approach can be, even on a temporary basis, provide us with answers to the crisis before mentioned, or the crisis of the state and the roles of the judicial power, and also the human rights crisis in relation to the provision of legal service or its effectiveness. So, resuming the ODS 16 objectives, which are the access to justice and a more peaceful society, I then question the issue political to adequately solve the conflict of interest. Is this being effective? And if it is, under what point of view?
Programa Justiça
The program Justice 2.0,
e aqui esse ciclo de trás para frente,
and here I start
diz
from
respeito à efetividade,
from the past to the current moment regards
justiça
refers to the
tem
access to the justice to everyone has as the purpose is to ensure justice through projects and collaborative actions through products that employ new technologies and artificial intelligence. So it's a catalyzer of digital transformation that aims to make the justice as a service renderer
das necessidades
and
do cidadão
getting this power even closer to the individual. And I emphasize here the broadness of the access to the citizens through digital means.
com justiça 100%
100% digital justice represents a possibility to the common citizen to have access to the justice, being not necessary to be present in forums and courts in presence, because all data will be made available remotely. So we have here an access model to the justice, technologically speaking, and very modern.
ainda em
And
complementação
still
o programa piloto
complementing this, we have the program of the virtual counter, PD, JBR, GBR, and following with the access to the justice. And an average, every 100,000 inhabitants, 11,339 entered with a lawsuit in the year of 2021. And these are the data from the Justice Report published recently. There was an increase of 9.9% of new lawsuits per 1,000 inhabitants in 2021 in comparison to 2020. This increase does not reach yet still, and this number is still lower than the numbers pre-pandemic when we had a serious crisis because of the pandemic. Regarding the electronic process in 2021, only 2.8% of the proceedings were protocoled, and according to the resolution 2020, all the proceedings will be electronic and they will be scanned, even those that are being processed physically. What was with regards to the rate of conciliation? It's given by the percentage of judgments and sentences through agreements and the total number of judgments and sentences that have been defined. In 2021, it corresponded to 11.9% of these agreements, and this value registered an increase compared to the previous year, even though it has not been gone back to the same numbers verified before the pandemic. Regarding the Agenda 2030, where the ODS 16 is placed, regarding the institutional theme of ODS 16,
nós podemos afirmar
we can then
que
state
nós temos hoje no Brasil,
that today
sob o ponto de vista normativo,
we have in Brazil, in a normative aspect, also constitutionally speaking, after promulgation in 1988, we have the technological conditions and the investment of public resources adequate to the compliance and compliance of the ODS 16 with regards to access to the justice and for the construction or creation of a more peaceful society. But some issues that involve the Brazilian society, and I think I think that the academic environment is key for this process. Must have in mind that to be aware and refers to digital inclusion and also about digital exclusion. Inclusion digital has as a subject aspect the geographical location of the home, the level of literacy, and also the age of the population that will then determine oscillations regarding the access to this digital environment. So important for these models that were then defined, especially through the 4.0 Justice, the program of the Justice 4.0. And it's interesting to observe that in 2019, in a research coordinated by IPEA, it was seen that Brazil counted with one of the more expensive and restrictive internet system of the world. Another aspect, still also registered by IPEA, is that 14% of people that were responded to the questionnaire, they said that they considered them as illiterate. So 14% were they recognize themselves as illiterate, and 14% of those that have higher education. We don't have only an economic inequality problem, but also a social inequality problem, and this affects the legal system regarding access to justice. Also, 50% of the social classes D and E don't have any type of access to the internet, and only 2% of the class A does not have access to the internet. So this is a problem that must be incorporated in the analysis of ODS 16 here in Brazil. So then I will conclude the reference of methodologies of law that enables to overcome the crisis involving the state and the crisis inherent to the legal system, considering a new perspective for the jurisdiction, such as an activity developed by the hetero or self-composing activity, which activity is a material access to the justice with the effective resolution of conflicts of interest involving the legal and social aspects. So this is conciliation, mediation laws, arbitration laws put us in context under a perspective of satisfactory accomplishments of ODS 16. On the other hand, after the creation of the National Council of Justice, then fulfills or intends to fulfill or should fulfill the Agenda 2030, the 2030 Agenda, specifically what refers to the ODS 16 theme, considering this access to the justice and the adequate means for the conflict interest through use of digital means, well expressed in this Justice Program 4.0. The rate of traffic and this judicial power seen 2021 was measured in 74.2% of legal proceedings. This can be considered very high, non-demonstrating the potentialities of the means implemented to ensure the material access to justice. So we have the means, but we still don't see the results. The rates, the conciliatory rates involving some agreements are still very low, considering the percentage of 11.9%. So the challenges that resulting from this economic and social and cultural inequalities regarding digital inclusion necessarily should be addressed from considering qualitative criteria under the theme to establish the quick access to injustice. As you could observe, there is a paradox in my talk. Because this is exactly the objective. Why in Brazil we are able to offer the means, but we still are not able to attain the results. This is what the data research by PEA and the National Council of Justice. Now I will then conclude using the cliche from my voice as a professor and also as a researcher that has been working with the practical application of the law with regards to solve conflicts through self-composing means and ethno-composite means from state or non or not, to call your attention that under the quantitative aspect we have good references. I could mention other also quantitative research surveys that conducted by other courts and schools of magistracy, but I restrict myself to IPEA and also to the National Council of Justice that conducts a wider research. And I think that also the National Council of Justice should deal this from empiric and qualitative surveys, study these instruments that are already in place of the legal system and available to researchers, and under the risk of creating new methods and new ways with always with low results and not satisfactory results. So once more, I thank you for your attention. I'm available here with my colleagues and to the audience. So sorry for the verticalization that I conducted my approach, but so this is what I wanted to provide and to give a discomfort considering the paradox that is being created with regards to the access to justice in Brazil. And this was well exemplified, and we'll be able to discuss this during we'll be able to discuss in the pandemic. So thank you. Good afternoon.
Well, we will now give the floor to Professor Dr. Gonzalo Maia. Please feel free to step up to the podium, sir. Professor Gonzalo.
Falaré en castellano. Pido que por favor no consideren essa audição desrespeito às suas pessoas, a seu interesse, mais a contrário.
I'll speak Spanish, but this is a sign of respect to be able to offer you the best version, not the perfect version, but the best version of my lecture. Therefore, I will give my speech in Spanish, Castilian Spanish, which is the language I know the best. We will start with something very simple. There are two types of wars.
Unas se producen entre humanos y
a war among human beings. We all have them. We all know these wars because they are manifest expressly, as Professor said. The invasion decreed by Putin on Ukraine, for example. And in these wars, this is what we normally consider a war. That this kind of conflict and this kind of battle is a possibility, a real possibility. for which we should be prepared. A topic of my lecture is some wars are considered with real possibilities, and we should be prepared for them. And another kind of war, these are battles or wars that we tend to leave behind. We tend to overlook because many people think we shouldn't be ready for them. But that's what I would like to talk about: wars that are present when we talk about this topic, or when we are prepared. And um, and the work of military, this approach was very realistic. That is, if you want peace, prepare for war. This is not an excuse, a radical belligerence excuse, because that sentence also means when we interpret it, because if you want to avoid war, you must be prepared for it. The idea that comes to mind is when we prepare for war, we avoid being confronted with. And that's the idea, that's the best way to avoid war, is to avoid being a victim, an easy victim of aggression. So, within this concept of types of war, prepare for war is a basic fact, essential fact. And other wars, on the contrary, they don't work that way. So I will not go into further detail about these kinds of war, which would be more logical or obvious and very much present on our mind. But I'd like to highlight other kinds of war, and quote unquote, that people tend to forget, and that today, precisely now, it is important to assess, because they have become, they've been surprised, and the whole of mankind has been surprised recently. In addition to this other kind of war, has made it manifest the great consequences that are much more important than that I was telling you about before. The consequences of being a victim, an easy prey of aggression. Obviously, we are in a world in which it is not a good idea to be a victim, an easy victim of aggression. And when we don't take precautions against a possible aggression, many times we suffer tremendous pain because we were not prepared with a necessary response, as Roman thinkers have told us before. So obviously, with this other kind of war, I'm referring simply to the wars against illnesses and disease, the viruses, the war against bacteria, against other pathogens, which may generate, and now it's utopian for us, but we can go further. They can generate pandemics as destructive as the one we're going through right now, because it hasn't yet been solved and we're settled, but we're still very much present among us, the COVID and its many variants. It's possible that we may have an even more virulent variant of COVID in the future. So I'm going to talk about this kind of war, but comparing it always with other kinds of wars, under the idea that I'll present to you for your reflection, for your pondering, because we're dealing with a kind of, how come we're dealing with this other kind of war like a different kind of war? How we're prepared to defend peace and avoid wars among humans, but sometimes we're not ready for a war against viruses. That's the idea. We have prioritized wars among humans and catastrophes produced by viruses and bacteria. Perhaps some of you might be thinking, well, wars among human beings are virulent wars as well. They're very violent. We have an example right now in Eastern Europe, and other wars against viruses or wars that are less virulent. I don't agree with this idea, and I will talk. I'm going to talk about some historical references. Historically, human conflicts against pathogens have been decisive for many things on many fronts. I will start off with a reference that we have right now. In 1940, we discovered the effects of penicillin, and the huge effects of penicillin had been discovered before, but during the Second World War, with a number of victims of like, for example, victims of gangrene and the battlefield, and penicillin erupted. It came about as a war factor that was tackled in secret as at another level of secrecy when it was as different from the atomic bomb. The Manhattan Project was also a secret, and penicillin also was kept as a secret for many months, and it was an advantage of the party that had access to penicillin because it allowed for the healing of many victims of gangrene, for example. It cured the injured that would have died otherwise without access to penicillin. There are many other examples within this scenario. It seems to me that that it's quite obvious what I'm talking about. Don't forget that pandemics have fashioned historical events as important as the conquest and colonization by Europe and the Americas. Today it's been studied that one of the key elements uh, is is the exposure to pathogens, henceforth unknown, no, heretofore unknown in the Americas, and the conquerors sometimes these pathogens led to the death of so many more people, and to avoid being colonized, they had other weapons that the colonizers also brought with them. Studies are clear in that sense. I will mention one of them, but I'd like very much that the study by Diamond that gave us a title that's quite interesting: Weapons, Germs, and utensils, and he analyzes the history, showing us the importance of superiority in weapons, by way of weapons faced with germs and steel. Steel, for example, made the whole difference starting in 1492. I'm talking about pandemics that have been historically as decisive and as destructive as wars, and so many stories, tales of political, military, and social world imbalances, as much as wars fought with weapons. Germs have always taken part, and now I'm drawing this parallelism to a close between sanitary wars and military wars. Why? Because I've highlighted that, surprisingly enough, to combat pandemics with these biological aggressions, we don't usually apply the same prevention, the same caution that you would in the case of weapons, of concrete, real weapons. That is, if you don't want to be defeated, I will analyze the sentence from different angles. If you don't want to be defeated, and you can be defeated by weapons and by germs or by COVID, and we were defeated somehow by COVID, and we were humiliated as a human species because we are at a level in which this defeat uh, to the germ, at the hands of the germ, if you will, of the virus, if you will, could have been mitigated. So if you don't want to be defeated, prepare your defenses. If you want to avoid catastrophe, and the pandemic was indeed a catastrophe, get ready to defend yourself. And if you want to avoid the spread of a pandemic throughout the world, around the planet, thanks to society and the risks associated with with globalization, that everything runs at an incredible speed across the world, around the planet. There's no place in the world that is free from a pandemic, or that was free. Not even New Zealand. Perhaps not even New Zealand was able to do that. But if you want to avoid a pandemic, and then prepare to defend yourself. Prepare yourself to for the defense and the sanitary war. And the idea behind it is we haven't prepared ourselves enough. We're not ready to deal with COVID-19. In addition, we are with having sanitary system that could have detained or curbed the impact of this pandemic, if the accelerated contact at the world level of this virus places at risk the survival of people and the whole world, then what Romans say, prepare to fight against this pandemic. Don't reject this combat. You have to defend yourselves, and we have not prepared ourselves enough. We didn't mobilize enough. Our armies, sanitary armies, were not mobilized to the extent needed to curb the advance of these pathogens. So that would have been the intelligent reaction and dignifying reaction of Homo sapiens. We call them Homo sapiens, but we didn't react intelligently enough in those cases. However, we must recognize with humility that COVID-19 was a kind of war that humankind was not used to. In the past, perhaps, but today's mankind was not used to fighting this kind of war, because medical breakthroughs and antibiotics, as mentioned before, and the vaccines, etc., made us believe that we had total control over these pathogens and the diseases, contagious illnesses linked to them. We believed that we were safe, and we made a big mistake. We made a blunder, because if we are to remember, for example, physicians and experts and researchers of pandemics a long time ago, they insisted on the point that we could not discard a pandemic like the one the one we're going through right now. And it's the reality. Other pandemics are possible. The mistake here in this case is that um, there are naive beliefs in the superiority of human beings, and the invulnerability, the lack of vulnerability of human beings, of the human species. We're the dominant species. We're powerful. We have everything we need. So, who should we fear? Who should mankind fear? No, we shouldn't fear anyone. But we were wrong in this assumption. This is a misguided assumption. Pandemics are not things of the past, as we have seen. Therefore, it is not a good idea to leave them aside, or to overlook them, or to renounce the possibility of putting up a good fight against these viruses and assorted pathogens. We have to build up our own resources and weapons to mitigate these pandemics. It's a good idea to actually take into account the real, actual risks of these pathogens. By not doing so, we paid a high price. Towards the end of 2019 and the beginning of 2020, we forgot. We were surprised. We were caught off guard. Remember the scandal in the 1980s? Young people in the audience, I see people as old as myself. We went through this surprise. We went through a pandemic of AIDS, the syndrome of immunodeficiency, and that was back in the early 1980s. At the time, AIDS was swept through the world, producing many victims. If you allow me, Michel Foucault dared to overlook this pandemic, the deadly effects of this pandemic, and he died from it. And also, part of Hollywood did too, and so did Freddie Mercury. Fortunately, I wasn't a victim, but this pandemic announced that we were not convinced that this wouldn't happen. Mankind, it's as powerful though it is, couldn't put up a real fight against it. Of course, there is a huge difference between the AIDS pandemic and COVID. The AIDS pandemic was transmitted through direct contact with blood, and it did affect many homosexual people who engaged in unprotected sex, promiscuous sexual relations, and people who had to have blood transfusions for people that were just out of luck, if you will. So the contagion rates weren't so high in terms of numbers, but they were not comparable to anything we had seen before. But it was well known that it could happen. More transmissible viruses were coming along. We should have seen it coming. The contact through blood or through water, for example. We know that this is something that's a lot more controlled, as you know, and it can be transmitted through the air. Airborne diseases, we have masks and aerosols. It's easier, of course. If it's not through the air, then a kiss or any physical contact naturally can lead to contagion. It's the same thing as in water, but in addition, or the air. So the lack of awareness on the part of the population and so many politicians around the world who didn't want to see it for what it was, the danger and the impact that this pandemic could have, and indeed had. It turned in a few days. Remember that they were talking about Wuhan and the market that was shut down overnight, and the virus was already in Barcelona and Sao Paulo and Tocantins. It was everywhere, and within 4 days, because now we're globalized, and this is a global society prone to risk. We have powerful technologies, but they generate risks because we are many. We're all moving around, and we get contaminated easily through airborne pathogens. So this was a blunder. I will insist on this issue. Minimizing or overlooking this pandemic was a blunder. It was a huge mistake. Um, no, we thought that it wouldn't have such negative effects. But think of the many families and companies that suffered. I want to criticize the idea that the pandemic is humanly negative, and what can we do to salvage the economy? We didn't even salvage human lives, let alone the economy, because there's no economy without human lives. The economy works as long as people are working, as long as people are traveling, as long as people are producing, as long as they're consuming, and as long as they're out and about running their own private affairs and ensuring their travels, coming to Brazil for conferences and ensuring the flow of goods and services, and that people meet up with each other from all corners of the globe. And that's the real economy. It's not something rare. It's human life as it unfolds before our very eyes, day in, day out. And that involves the flow of money, flow of capital, production of goods and services, that are not produced because of the pandemic. It was a very naive mistake we made to first of all, we had the idea that we should salvage human lives, and then the economy at a later stage. And as I said before, there's no economy, healthy economy, without human lives, because the economic life of a society is made up of human beings, living beings, not the dead. Remember, we had a historical antecedent that's very interesting. In 1348, the bubonic plague came to Europe. The Black Death came to Europe. All historians have said, and all experts said, that this was an apocalyptic, huge, tremendous pandemic. The Mediterranean at that time was this economic center of Europe and the world known then, and it was lambasted. Barcelona, Catalonia, where I was born. It took them 1 century to recover the level of population and economic life and economic influence of its activity that it had before the plague hit. Over a century. And in Italy, same thing. In the Mediterranean basin, mortality rates were staggering. And you can read about it if you wish. You know that this is the topic of Boccaccio's Decameron. It's the happy tales of libertines, erotic tales, because what's behind them is the Black Plague, is the Black Death. It's a huge pandemic. People were fleeing Florence, the city, because they were afraid of death, just like we are. We were closed in our own homes, isolated, working from home, telematically working on our computers, and so they fled to their country homes, and they were isolated from contaminated people. And since he was bored to death, and he was thinking, well, then if you want to, you're going to die anyway, so you should die in happiness and joy. So he began to come up with erotic tales so that fear and death wouldn't actually be so ugly. That was the basic idea behind the Decameron. And of course, we could imagine the economic life that they had in Europe when the population were fleeing from other places. So anybody was seen as a vector of the disease. There were other crazy theories. People were, fleeing their work, their homes in the urban centers, and then something along those lines would have happened here too. We had to abandon a bit of everything. We became anachorets, people that were like hermits that were cooped up at home. We were no longer kissing each other or holding people's hands. And we were rescued by the fact that we had internet and the media of communication, social networks, social media, and probably many people began to read the Cameron because indeed, faced with the possibility of death, we have this resurgence, let's say, of a humanity that is feeling persecuted, and then and finds refuge in other images and other sources of pleasure. See, for example, how I think that we can say that COVID humiliated clearly the whole of mankind, and it could have been dealt with. This pandemic could have been dealt with and could have been avoided. The worst effects of the pandemic could have been mitigated. I'm not talking about eliminating the pandemic altogether, but the effects. So many hundreds of thousands of people perished, and they might have been maybe 50% of these people might have been saved had we had a different outlook on the pandemic. So each person that perished represents a devastated family. The world was working properly, and this balance was broken because someone lost his father or his mother or his siblings or his offspring, his children, because that's quite shocking. And obviously I tell people who don't want to see the thing for what it is, the economy is affected by it. So the impact of this human humiliation and humanitarian crisis was the worst. I won't deny it. It was the worst facet of the pandemic. And I'll try to be a brief on this topic. And we also saw that this sanitary crisis and humanitarian crisis um, uh, actually endured unpredictable victims, even in the victims of, I'm referring to the elderly, to old people, to people with comorbidities and health problems, and the poor, obviously, and also the people that have to fight to struggle against the pandemic. Remember that in the beginning, physicians and nurses and orderlies and cleaning people had to fight and had to struggle against that virus and fight in that war with minimal defenses. In modern Spain, many sanitary professionals had to protect themselves with trash bags, plastic trash bags, because they didn't have enough gloves. There were not enough gloves to go around. Obviously, they contaminated themselves easily, so they had to get rid of these gloves and throw them away, discard them altogether. So no gloves were around anymore for replacement. So they have to protect themselves with trash bags, garbage bags. So the more advanced West, if you will, um, had to actually come up with new strategies. And we thought that they were needed, they were important, and they could have produced those products because they were not so important. We produced more important things like video games. We saw that it was important to produce more masks, gloves, and so on and so forth, rather than video games. So I will bring my presentation to a close with some data that you might not know, some of you anyway. Before COVID, you know that there was a discipline that's very famous today. It's called panethics. Panethics. It's the pandemic plus ethics, pandathics. So you end up with pandathics. It existed before, and nowadays it came to the fore. It's the discipline that told us that we had a problem, and it looks into the ethical implications of a pandemic. It looks into pandemics and that distorts human thinking. It's easy to be ethical and have moral standards, but it's a lot easier to do so in normal circumstances, and circumstances that you're not playing around with your own life, but in other situations of peril, of danger. For example, in the midst of a pandemic, human morality changes a whole lot, and so we all want to reach out and help other people with a problem, but so if there is a Black Death, a deadly disease floating around, like COVID, for example, for which we had no vaccine, who will help? Who will be willing to help someone who is potentially a vector of that disease, who will transmit that illness to other people, perhaps? So you will see the magnitude and an example. For example, I'll tell you of how things change. Some of you, I don't know if you all know that I didn't, up until a short while ago, we had to learn from COVID. And I don't know if you perhaps know about it, but it's the statistical values of life and the protocol that we've had for a long time. It's just a statistical value of life. What does that mean? It's the quantification of this is the quantification of evaluation, the monetary valuation that society, that you and me attribute to avoid, to make sure someone will not perish, will not pass away. That's the statistical vital value. So if someone dies, if I die, for example, how much value will I assign to this fact? So the statistical value of life of an African American in the U.S., or especially in the U.S., is worth less than a white person. So there is this protocol, and that is applied in hospitals. It's a long formula, complicated formula to quantify and to render quantifications of things that happened in the pandemic. There was just one respirator and two or three people that needed it to breathe, to to stay alive. So who should I give the only respirator at the hospital? The statistical value of life will objectify or say, like, for example, let's give the respirator to this child or to that Nobel Prize laureate, or to that pregnant woman, for example. So you have to make choices. And as far as I'm concerned, that is something very problematic. And it's a source of concern that there should be statistical values attached to life, different valuations attached to life. And it was applied in the course of the pandemic because throughout the pandemic, we simplified dogmatically. I don't know what adjective to apply here, but we were. What happened in the pandemic was nobody was interested in formulas, but it was decisions were made between life and death of people. Who should I give the respirator to, since we don't have enough to go around? Who is going to intensive care unit, since the intensive care units are overflowing with people? Who should we leave out? So perhaps age. Someone over 64 years of age, for example, sh- should be rescued over someone who's 65, because life expectancy is 1 year longer, perhaps. So perhaps you might feel at ease with this, but in other cases, it was first come, first serve, and perhaps someone is nicer or more good looking or nicer to caretakers. So in the pandemic, decisions were made about life and death due to the lack of beds and respirators and caretakers and nurses and physicians by means of simple mechanisms, but the decision had to be made. So you know that in the advanced West, there was a high mortality of parents, grandparents. They were at clinics. Sometimes we were convinced that they were being treated at those sites, and workers fled because, of course, that those were sites that high contagion, very high contagion rates, so they were not treated well, and so on and so forth. The victims, predictable victims in these cases, and the ones that were predicted. Now, getting to the end of my presentation now, we're dealing with two concepts on the economy. Let's go back to the topic that's interesting to me, the most interesting. I will deal with different kinds of humiliation, medical humiliation, but also I would like to overcome it. I want to overcome it. And for that reason, there is a point that's not so humiliating. Vaccines were obtained, stuff that had never been available in the history of mankind, and at an incredible economic cost. And the vaccines were created. More often than not, they were effective out of the blue. The vaccines work, but until it did work, it took a while. So there was this element of humiliation. But what I want to deal with now is the humiliation, economic humiliation, exactly to answer the idea, to reply to the idea that made by professors that we have to choose either life or the economy. That was a choice we had to make, apparently. So this is a way to to simplify matters to a certain extent. I shouldn't devote much time to this because a liberal thinker like Francis Fukuyama, who wrote 3 books about the history of the economy and trade called Truth. Why is it called Trust? Actually, excuse me, Trust. Because Francis Fukuyama, for the economy, it's essential to trust is essential to the economy. Trust that the other person will pay. Otherwise, if he or she doesn't pay today, they'll pay later because there must be trust that people will come to work. They'll report to their office to work to carry out their duties for which they receive a salary, a wage, and so on and so forth. In the case of the Black Death, that was erased, and a little critique actually to my economist friends. I must confess, I uh, I'm not an economist, even though I did study economics a whole lot. But I am a philosopher, and I feel I'm actually that's my cup of tea. I confess it was a personal choice of mine.
All economics, you value the concept, the capital concept, the human capital. So my question is, can you have human capital without human life? During the pandemic, this the alternative was raised. Life, death, economics, very with business, and people that discuss this matter were talking about the human capital as and with high human capital because we spend many years studying and training ourselves, developing ourselves, and creating our specialization, expertise, know-how, and dedicating ourselves to our competences with this so important terms. But of course, can you have human capital without human life? It seemed that in some moment during the pandemic that some people, important people, wanted to believe that it was possible to continue with human capital without the human life, without human beings, and so that you could have human capital without human life. So think, for example, that additionally, human capital is self, and that you have to include things like in a family to keep to have the same sum of the human capital, having lost the father, the mother, the uncle, or any other family parent, family, familiar. We cannot do sum up the family with 5 members with being this one. They lost one family member due to the pandemic, and so this human capital was altered. This was completely disorganized. The family is not the same. Even the human capital. This has to be combined again. My wife works with special education. It's the mother courage, and it's our case of students, brilliant students. The teacher has an image that it's a student that doesn't have any type of problem. Is A has A in every discipline, but that student that has an A does not, never has a B. He is suspended, he has aggressive behavior, and it seems that he is shown as depressive. And the first look is to check what has happened to that student. And suddenly we discovered that his mother courage that supported this family was a family, a divorced family with parents that were divorced, and suddenly the mother said this was not going to seen in my family. So kept that level as such as nothing has happened. But when suddenly this mother died because of COVID, we cannot eliminate the statistics number from the information. So then this human capital of this family suddenly drops heavily because the pandemic problem is even more serious than saying that in Brazil 5 million died. So we still have 200 million left, not to they can produce. It's not a very simple substrate. It's not because we are human beings that we are machines, just eliminating what happened, numbers and death tolls that didn't have the luck to overcome this disease. So there's bad decisions that we should take and that will affect the future because this problem involving COVID is still open and still very relevant. So to take adequate decisions, we should not undermine this problem. There are two economic concepts that I'm going to address briefly, and then I will conclude, I promise. There are two concepts: the gray swan and the black rhinoceros to face unexpected problems. We had a joke in Europe that maybe you're aware that has the assumption that all black swans were a symbol of whiteness. That was a white swan. But what happened then when Australia was colonized? There existed black swans. So it was predicted that in some part of the world they had black swans. So it was easy to foresee that were unexpected events such as a pandemic. So these swans of a different color was something that unexpected gray swans that fly. So the pandemic was treated as it was a black swan, but economists reacted with another concept. No, the pandemic was not a black swan. But it was a gray rhino. And what is the explanation behind this metaphor? Is all of the rhino are gray, one type, but they're all the same color. So for example, the white rhino is also gray. So you can prove this by checking in the internet. You can see several types of gray tones. But if you discover a new rhino, the probability is that it will be also gray color. So we must treat the pandemic as a black sway as something unexpected or something expected. If we are going to play with this virus, maybe another virus appears that is airborne and highly contaminating. And then I go back to my initial quote: if you want to win this war, you have to prepare yourselves and in an adequate manner and with the sanitary measures in place. And the pandemic should have been treated and addressed as a gray rhino, considering the economic concept and simplifying it here because of the time restraints, and not as something rare, exotic, and as a black swan. So let's imagine that this was the problem, mostly because the spectacle, the show must go on. So they wanted to believe that the pre-pandemic was a black swan, a very strange, unique swan. We know because of the climatic changes, neither both the pandemic nor the climatic change is not a black swan. It's a huge gray rhino, and it says, is it gray as almost all the rhinos are? So to say that it's is it totally predictable? No. But the type of gray maybe is not, we cannot foresee. Maybe we could not expect or make a forecast maybe in Wuhan, in China, but it was it could be foreseen in some part of the world where they have some practices where this contagious virus had already appeared and been contaminated by the air. So to conclude, and I would like to thank all for your attention. So it was a huge mistake that as there are, for example, some wars are foreseen and they're calculated. The military defense, they have prepared their budgets clearly to avoid. So if you want to avoid that Brazil is defenseless against an enemy, invest in weapons and arms in the military areas. But this is not applied to a pandemic. If a physician says, or a meteorologist or a climate expert says, if you want to invest in the pandemic, invest in A, E, or C. So many people will reject this idea. So I want again, thanks for your attention. I will conclude insisting to say that in parallel, if you want to avoid any surprises, such as a gray rhino, because you were thinking that to buy weapons is better, but not to improve the sanitary system or not put it aside, that the sanitary system is not so dangerous, because the pandemic are, in fact, black swans. You're so shortly we'll be humiliated with another pandemic, as we say, not undermine with that pride and undermine facts or ignore facts such as the human vulnerability that we continue to have in this sanitary perspective, and pretending that these problems are black swans. I think this would be a huge mistake that we should avoid, both for human lives, mainly for human lives, but also for all those that talk so much about economics and to save the economy and to save the human capital. And so this, I conclude. So there's no capital human without human life. Okay. Professor Gonçalo, thanks a lot for your presentation. So now let's hear Professor Dr. Blaine Queiroz. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to use here the resource so that you can pay attention and talk after Valério Massuoli. It's really challenging. So good afternoon, everyone. As Professor Gustavo introduced me, I'm a professor at the University of Fortaleza, and I'm back here to this place for the applicability of laws, which is judicial power. I want to congratulate the organizing committee in the name of Professor Maria Luisa, Beatriz, Professor Gustavo, and also Judge Marcos Villalobos. And unfortunately, I won't be able to be with him in this quick passage through here in Palmas. So I just want to register an event that we organize here in Palmas, which is the Constitutional Environmental Dialogue, which consistently also completes 10 years, together with the master's program of Office March with human rights. So why do I want to make this quick advertising of this dialogue and discussion? Because the moment that we are facing today, and we cannot think about the war as something exclusive for Ukraine and Russia, but it's a moment the world is facing now. And I chose then to address environmental issues in times of war times. As I already said, I'm a professor at the University of Fortaleza, and what motivated me to address this subject, I have already presented this talk in the University of Terra in Italy last June, and also in Madrid for the occasion of the institutional environmental discussion, and I was also had the satisfaction to be invited by Dr. Maria Luisa again to address a theme, a so important theme, a so challenging theme for myself that I'm a professor of environmental law and I'm an educator, I'm a teacher, and I see any fragility or vulnerability of the rights that were considered not included not only in the Constitution of 1988 that already completed 34 years old, but also in the Declaration of Human Rights that I wanted to mention something of this Declaration of 1948. And the paradox, it comes after the post-war, the Second World War, and it's a declaration that by necessity I read Article 17 so that I could quote here: "No one will be arguably removed from your, taken out of this of your property." This is a promise. This is a promise for us. No one will be arbitrarily taken this property. I'm just highlighting this point of the declaration. This is not what the world is seeing today. We cannot think only of restrict ourselves to Russia and Ukraine. Also, interesting aspect about the West. For example, we don't feel the war in Syria and the eastern part of Europe does not affect us in the same time. At the same way, I was very moved when the war of Ukraine and Russia had started. The country that will invade the other country, the country should declare that was not happened at that time war. It's not only the Universal Declaration of Rights. The Constitution says 2 or 3 times the word war, and it's responsibility of the President of the Republic to request to the National Congress to declare the state of siege. And it also says in the article the state of siege, and it will not have any death penalty, with except in the case of war times. And we must be very attentive to this in compared to European countries. We live in a country that we can say that is a peaceful country. And I have the opportunity to live in Europe, and I noted down every day in my agenda the day that I was back, and there I discovered how good it is to live in Brazil, be Brazilian, because there's no perfect country, there's no perfect life. So, yeah, we can think of a peaceful country in some aspects, especially regarding the climate. But why did I choose this thing? In the face of the science of the law included in the current world. Myself, my professors, and myself, I feel obliged to present in my classrooms the problems that the legislation, the law faces today. I don't have any obligation to say to my students that the world is wonderful and all legislation that were approved by national congresses and even the Constitution by itself, that is a quite young Constitution. It's only 34 years old. That everything that is included in that Constitution and ensured to the Brazilians for free, guarantees will happen for free. There's no rights ensured and that you don't pay anything. There's no right without trees. And I think there's no other science is in such a delicate situation such as law and legislation. He talked about economics. He's from the philosophy area. I'm a professor at interdisciplinary areas. I don't think that any science is able to fulfill its propositions if it wants to be shielded and don't mingle with other disciplines. And because of the not only war but post-pandemic, we observed that how the law were, was left behind. The area of medicine I discussed with Judge Angela during the lunch, and how the law, the legislation was behind the medicine because it authorized something, but this something has to be discovered. So it was not only a vaccine, it was some vaccines that in a quick space of time, breaking all the protocols of vaccines that were previously developed that will be able to be offered to the society and be applied. Not the theme, of course, and we will spend the whole evening discussing about vaccine because the law was unable to give this answer that if the vaccine is or not mandatory. So the environmental law, it is created in this division of internal order and with the environmental disasters. And I ask you, and from a few seconds, I said that the declaration emerged in a post-war environment after after the Second World War, and from 1948 to this date we have we didn't advance a lot. And in my humble thinking, I think we need political and global agreement so that human rights are really applied and respected. And why do I say this? Because I have this idea that the organization, United Nations, are not able to accomplish its proposition for because it was created, because country members that gather there solemnly approving protocols sometimes they approve some resolutions because if there's anything that goes against that resolution, if this is very clear in the environmental area. We have the Kyoto Protocol in Paris. It was again the chief of states have to compromise again to follow the sustainability goals. And talking about law and war, and even a paradox to talk about the right to war, law and war. The war is defined in the protocol 1927, resulted in armed conflicts that fights against colonial uh, control or foreign invasion. To make an analogy, the same time that Russia thinks that Crimea or the Ukraine should have never declared its independence and sovereignty, it will be the same. We conquered our independence. We were colonized by the Portuguese, and suddenly Portuguese. If it wasn't Portuguese came to us, I want to say to you Brazilians that the Amazon belongs to Portugal. I know that the discussion is deeper, and it doesn't end in 2022. Of course, it was a threat, but not a declaration that was determined that the country has to declare.
Good.
na primeira
Between the First and Second World War took place, that the environment was at the top of the list. It was not on the table of discussion, but the architect and the environmental norms could have been more as the
não tem como discutir meio ambiente em qualquer situação de guerra, em qualquer país ou países, né? Então, assim, ela a guerra pode ter colisão claro. Se eu tenho um princípio que veda o retrocesso ambiental, das mais variadas, eu não posso pensar. Eu acho até paradoxo chamar de guerra de guerra. Eu queria até aqui que quando estiver constituído da contra-mesa, estuda direito de guerra. Guerra é direito. Outra questão, o Estado de Direito Ambiental debatido na Alemanha pode vazar valores de soberania? Eu, em algumas palestras anteriormente, eu, em várias palestras, defendi a flexibilidade da soberania, mas em nome de algo muito maior. No que eu penso que a soberania deve ser representada? No sentido de que um país como o Brasil, que não cuida da Amazônia, como deveria cuidar em nenhum dos seus governos, isso não é uma fala politizada, é uma realidade. Poderia sim haver uma flexibilidade, porque a Amazônia então, assim, mas em qualquer situação de invasão de propriedade, né, de tomar propriedade, e que a declaração foi livre para você, diz o artigo 16, ninguém arbitrariamente perderá a sua propriedade, então essa soberania ela não porque seria o mesmo que dizer que o Brasil poderia, a qualquer momento, por um interesse do país A, B ou C, perder a propriedade. Não faria o menor sentido no Estado democrático de direito. E aí eu só menciono rapidamente a Constituição italiana, e aí a Itália deve estar preocupada. E aí ela finalmente, em 2022, ela fez uma alteração na Constituição, colocou os interesses das gerações e a proteção do meio ambiente. Isso pode dizer que mais um país está preocupado em constitucionalizar
the environmental question, something that Portugal did back in 1976, Spain in 78, and Brazil in 88, and Ecuador and Bolivia constitutionalized the rights of nature, if you will. Not only the environment, but nature as a whole. So nature became a subject of rights. And in Italy, at a very delicate point in time that the world is going through, it saw fit to make this alteration to its constitution. And what are these environmental issues, my dear colleagues and professors? Resources. Energy resources. Water resources are involved in it. Food security, and now every price hike in food, milk, foodstuffs, milk, or whatever it is, the war is to blame, apparently. We blame it on the war. That's the information we get on TV. And in fact, there is a commitment to supply certain goods and certain products. If I'm not mistaken, Ukraine is the main producer of wheat. And wheat, obviously, is used for many purposes. The protection of well-being has been infringed upon, such as much like the quality of life. I'm not even talking about private property, because if I don't have well-being, so losing my own private property is, well, animal rights. We must also contemplate animals, urban mobility, because people, civilians, Ukrainians, for example, many of them didn't have the chance because there was no declaration, anticipated declaration that there would be an attack on such date and such hour, at such time. According to the protocol of 1977, this protocol came about in the post-war period and after the Declaration of 1948. So this is a measure, preventive measure, to try and say, look, in any country in the world, it needs to declare another country that there will be a war on this other country. Environmental balance is infringed upon, it's compromised, and what do I think would work as an instrument of pacification, a pacification tool? I believe that mediation among member states of the UN could be a pacification tool. The United Nations has not fulfilled its role, the role for which it was created, because discussions around the UN, I don't perceive them. I'm not a student of international law, but I don't ever perceive it as a political and economic agreement. And it's pointless. We cannot think of law as utopian. Law is a science. So what's the purpose? What's the Professor Gustavo? You have master's program in human rights. What's the point? What will be the point ever since the creation of the United Nations to have so many protocols, including environmental protocols? They normally, as Professor Carla Amato Gomez says, that the countries are not able to fulfill the goals that were aimed at reducing greenhouse gases and their emissions. It's a political issue, much as well as an economic problem. How come Brazil has flex cars, but yet it doesn't have just alcohol cars? For political reasons. Brazil launched the idea of an alcohol-powered car for political reasons having to do with oil. They said, no, it's not going to work out. Let's do away with this. So they wouldn't do it away with it altogether. It would be difficult to tell society that they wouldn't have cars powered by alcohol anymore. They came up with the flex car. But you don't use ethanol in your car because it evaporates more easily than gas. So we have flex cars that we fuel with gas, and that's the reality that we're living in Brazil. So the current war provoked by Russia turned Ukraine into an emergency situation in defending its sovereignty. But as on the other hand, see how complex and paradoxical it is. Professor, you just said that sovereignty should be ironclad, with the exception of the flexibilization in the case of countries that don't protect their own ecosystems. That the country itself would be doing something wrong by not doing something that it is obliged to do under its constitution. But you also said that the sovereignty must not be rendered flexible in the interest of third parties, like if Portugal had interests in Brazil or Russia, for example, were to take Ukraine for its own purposes, but paradoxically, fighting for sovereignty implied a very high price for Ukraine. I'm not saying here that they acted wrongly, but it compromised its stock of resources, historical, cultural heritage, and human lives, obviously. But it is clear that to the West, it is clear that Ukraine is not the villain. It is the victim. When I look at the president of Ukraine, when I listen to him making speeches, I think he's a hero because he was underestimated. When I see him on TV, for example, the attack on his country, the aggressor, Russia, underestimated the Ukrainian army, and they thought that this would be a war that would take 2 months, perhaps even 1 month. And this war has been going on for almost a year. February is around the corner, and it will be the first anniversary of this war. It's a paradox. Fighting for sovereignty under a state of war means compromising your environmental resources, cultural heritage, because some buildings that are part of the country's heritage have been destroyed. They were targeted by Russia, and the interest was really to destroy them. So, well, as a professor of environmental rights, I am thinking, I'm very concerned about what I am actually bringing to my students' attention, and it's over and above what's in the constitutional text, because I understand that rights must be worked for society as a rights and duties, a combination of rights and duties. It's pointless to say I do congratulate you because on a Thursday afternoon, we're trying to improve your knowledge about human rights, to what's the purpose of human rights, and whether it's just a declaration of 1948. It's just a declaration. I wouldn't say it's just a declaration, but we must breathe life into the declaration as it is. Nothing in there will come easily without a fight, without a struggle, without commitment of the economy and the political system by the countries that have signed that declaration. So that was built by a number of countries, and they need to fulfill what they have signed on. My mentor in Spain, Professor Susana Bohais from Tarragona in Catalonia. It's interesting that in my thesis, I said in a paragraph that there are no international treaties dealing with environmental issues, and her thesis is about international environmental rights. And she wrote a remark. Where did you get that from? She said. Where did you read that? She said. I erased it because since the thesis was not about international law, I was not going to get into a discussion that there is a thesis 1,000 pages long saying that there is a treaty, international treaty on environmental rights. But when I stated that there were no such international rights, it means that the treaty imposes sanctions. The treaties are not just mere protocols. And I don't consider the Paris Accord an international treaty because I look upon it, the countries are never able to fulfill the goals. And to wrap up my talk, the Sustainable Development Goal 16, which is one of the main issues of this seminar, what does it promise? By 2030, peace, justice, and effective institutions, meaning the Organization of the United Nations. That's the message I have for the UN system. They need to be an effective institution. They can't just be a utopia or a space for, like this lecture hall, for example, to welcome the heads of state from so many countries without being able to effectively punish or sanction them or impose even the exit of the, for example, Security Council, which is something totally political. So when the West requested or envisioned the expelling Russia from the Security Council, that was utopian because the UN has been upheld through money and with money. Rich countries support the UN. So Russia is not going to leave the Security Council. In the meantime, Brazil is humiliating itself to be part of the Security Council. It's a country that doesn't fight any wars. It's a country that doesn't invade any territories. Argentina or Venezuela or Chile or Bolivia, we don't invade anybody. But Russia's there. Why? Because it's a rich country. And that's what we need to reflect upon. You didn't have to be a student of international law. Now, my mic is not too good. This is my message. Wars, they have to do with environmental issues. We cannot hear what she's saying anymore. They impose risks on lives, or mostly lives, but also all of the issues that I brought to your attention in terms of the environment. And we're going to right now. We must. It's been made so clear the austerity measures have not been enough. Russia has not recoiled. So let's see what a rich country means, what it means to be a rich country in a globalized world. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Blaine. I would like to thank you, all speakers, for their participation. Once again, Professor Silvia, Blaine, and Gonzalez. And there were so important, such important talks about the pandemic, human rights, environmental issues. So I'll tell you that because of, in the interest of time, we're going to wrap up this roundtable discussion, this panel, particular panel. If you have any questions or comments, you're more than welcome to direct them directly to. In the virtual world, we will be more than happy to relay your messages and comments to the speakers, and they'll reply to them as they see fit. So we will call on the participants of the next panel, panel number 4, under the title Globalization and Social, Economic, and Environmental Responsibility in the Post-Pandemic World. But thank you so much again to all of you who were here with us, sharing their views. And I believe that the role of panelists will be to raise issues and questions and comments and provocations, and it's food for thought. So I believe that was done very brilliantly when on the issue of pandemic war and related issues. Thank you so much. We're going to wrap up this panel for the time being, so we may start the next panel, panel number 4. Thank you so much.
So let's start. Gonzalo, certificate. So now the picture. Professor Blaine, your your gift. Professor Silvia. Once, once again, I'd like to thank you. Now, I'd like to invite Ana Beatriz to give a certificate to the mediator, Professor Gustavo Pascoal. Thank you, everyone. So now we're gonna start the next round table. So I would like to invite the mediator, Liliana Pena Naval, Doctor of Chemical Engineering from the University Complutense of Madrid. She's professor of the Master's Program of Rule of Law and Human Rights to mediate the fourth panel with the theme Globalization and Social, Economical, and Environmental Responsibility Post-Pandemic. And we also introducing also the panelists, Tomás Augusto Bastos Ramos from Portugal. Ada Adler from Brazil. I just received information that Ada Avila has an unexpected event that will not be able to be here. So we can invite then Antonio Augusto Soto from England, and he'll be participating remotely. So I give the floor to the mediator. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for all the introductions and for the presence of all of you. And a special thanks for our guests and speakers, Professor Antonio Yoris, that follows up, worked with us from England with the participation remotely, and Professor Tomás that has arrived yesterday, honoring us with his presence. And I'd like to thank Machi from the University of Tocantins to organize this special event. Now we will just start the session, the second part of panel number 4. That is, the topic is globalization and social, economic, and environmental responsibility post-pandemic, discussing OSD 12. So for the first presentation, we will invite Professor Antonio Augusto Soto Yoris, his master's in the Human Geographic Masters and Development of Environmental Development Program in the United Kingdom, and professor and postdoc in political geography in products and services oriented to defense and protection of the environment, including the sustainable development and public administration, public policies. Among his most recent books is Amazon in the 21st Century, Dilemmas and Perspectives. Sorry. And the number here is indigenous historic. We are surviving the Guarani genocide, environment and development, challenges and practices and frontiers of the developed in the Amazon. I would like to say here from his curriculum and from the titles of his book, you know, that Professor Antonio Yoris is Brazilian, which is an honor for us. And his presentation, even if it's linked to a university in England, he will do his presentation in Portuguese. So in this moment, I'll then give the floor to Professor Antonio. Good evening, and thanks a lot for your presence. The sound, we're not receiving the audio here in the translation. I'm sorry, but I'm not able to translate because we're not receiving the audio. that studies human rights with the sustainable growth and development to face serious issues involving social relations. And the simple fact that there is this emphasis to highlight this human rights shows that this is not working well together. So maybe the mechanisms used to face the challenges are not in place and not work or not functioning well. Both mechanism in legal terms or in other senses. And this flaws it affects also the way we face the problems that arise, may arise, and the type of problems and the fragility and the academic part that we see that we create that has a burden in this rational reasoning, this Western reasoning, and the deep disguise for non-European populations reason that are marked by science and this emphasis in the individual.
anos, é um retrocesso. E essa pandemia demonstrou de maneira cabal tendências de erosão de direitos que foram conquistados, mas praticamente nunca efetivados. Eu estou falando da longa tradição ocidental liberal de direitos, desde a Revolução Americana, da Revolução Francesa, da Revolução Haitiana, que tem uma importância imensa, que é muito pouco conhecida. A Revolução, a independência do Haiti, é um dos momentos mais importantes da história popular da América Latina, das Américas. Também conquistas ao longo do século XIX, as disputas eleitorais no Reino Unido, 1830, e outras vitórias eleitorais, a abolição formal, mas nunca efetiva, da escravidão no Brasil, a Revolução Russa, a Revolução Chinesa, o voto feminino e os direitos ambientais. Todo esse importante arcabouço de direitos formais que pareciam ter nos colocado num patamar superior de civilização, hoje realmente estão em grande risco, correndo muito risco. Tem havido realmente uma erosão desse acúmulo, o que demonstra que, na verdade, foram conquistas muito mais formais do que efetivas, porque muitos dos direitos que
So most of the rights that are in the Brazilian legislation, for example, the laws of people with disabilities are not effective. It's more formal than effective rights that are granted. So this trend, this concern of setback, and we can observe in several countries recently, the Trump administration was a deep deterioration of this conquest in the United States. And here in the United Kingdom, 12 years of Conservative Party, they're seeing the more influence of the parliament, of the judiciary, in benefit of an executive that basically controlled by the power of the banks and the financial institutions. And recently, Madame Leclerc almost lost the election in France, election in Italy of John Meloni, that is a neo-fascist and Mussolinist policy is very, it's another concern. And the example of Brazil, that is the major concern, is a president against the population, against democracy. And Brazil today is in a very critical and dramatic situation that should be a matter of concern for everyone, or for Brazilians in a special manner, and even more tragic of everything. The worst of all, the tragedy of the Bolsonaro administration, unfortunately, is not even worse than other bad presidents in Brazil, President Dutra, Marcelo Fonseca, Sarney, other disasters as presidents, as administration. Bolsonaro only follows this tradition, but in a more acute manner. The rights that were conquered formally, but only partially implemented, they are on stake. So this is a factor of major concern that we need to reflect upon. And this threat to our conquests that were accumulated in several generations, they also suggest that the dream of the modern world is shown, it's shown that it's more fragile and contradictory. The French philosopher Bruno Latour, that has so much influence today, his main book has the title, "We Were Never Modern," because in fact this modernism was more an illusion than a mirage, than an effective conquest, than an effective advance of the civilization. So we have to realize that the rhetoric may have advanced, but the practice and the benefit for the majority of the population in Brazil and in other countries had much to be left desired. And the topic involving human rights is still key and fundamental, even if it's a fight flag or an inspiration. Once, as I already mentioned, effective rights are still a mission that is very far away to be implemented. Of course, we have important conquests in Brazil, accomplishments. The Constitution of 1988 was basically an impact. It was a partial advance where we had a national conciliation, but even that moment that we had some kind of advance was systematic and eroded after 1988. And the reality today is that the Constitution of 1988 is like a blanket, a patchwork blanket. Even those accomplishments incorporated in the 1988 Constitution has been slowly eroded and systematically attacked. So this situation, this dichotomy between formal advances with the effective deficit of really being implemented is not simply the balance of power throughout the world and in Brazil. Once we live today, a very worrying situation with the predomination of the parasite capitalism. It does not produce anything but only speculates, and the capital only circulates, and despising the production itself and other forms and other economic activities. This predomination of this parasite capitalism is one of the main reasons for this erosion. For this, we have also consumption standards that waste a lot throughout the world, even here in the United Kingdom. 30% of the food that is bought in supermarkets, grocery stores, are wasted and thrown away. 30% of the clothes that are bought in stores are never used. And then this is the trendy, and the indicators of this waste is netted. A third factor of this bad situation throughout the world is the power of the private property that is untouchable. So we have this large set of difficulties to see effective advances in Brazil and throughout the world. So we have to deal with many paradoxes that only accumulate. And the words of another philosopher, French philosopher, Jacques Rancière, very active. He's already almost 8. He's already 8 years old. Jacques Rancière said that in one of his books, the craziness of our time is dispolitize conflicts to try to solve them, because in the core of these controversies there is the political issue. It's simply political. It's not legal, it's not technological, it's simply political. It's a political situation of exclusion of the main parts of the national population and of the maintenance of privileges. It's not even rights, it's privilege that have become sacrosanct. I think Hassier helps to reflect that we don't need to stress only this political dimension. It does not, it's not summarized only in the relations between human beings. You have the human rights that are essential, but there are rights that are more than human. It was mentioned in the previous discussion, and I want to broaden this idea. This centralization of the political person also appears in the relationship between human beings and other more than human dimensions of the reality. The concrete reality is indissociable from the human dimension, and the more of the human dimension. The relation between social groups sometimes are mediated with elements of the nature that are more than humans, more than human elements in reality. This is a mythological aspect in the Greek philosophy that had important publications and books and works. And the human condition between the relations of the human beings and other realities and interdependence in the Middle Age. Thomas de Aquino also addressed the lex naturalis, the natural law, trying to clarify and investigate the human condition, reflecting the divine right. And St. Thomas de Aquino concludes that the more essential natural law is the reasoning to manage life. And I think in this sense, we are still far away from the main basic teaching of São Tomás de Aquino. What permeates the groups is a deep reactionality where we're getting far away from this basic right, according to São João de Aquino, and expanding then by Hegel in this awareness and self-consciousness. So I call your attention because the topic involving the rights, it goes beyond the human rights aspect, but it denotes something more than the realities, more than political and ecological issues. The relationships between social groups and between nations are always mediated between disputes around nature. And Spanish economists define these relationships as ecological distribution of conflicts, the degradation of nature, degradation of the ecosystems. These are deeply political processes, and they reflect political symmetries. And I I believe that the region of the world, that all of these processes, human rights, human more than rights, and mediation of nature, intermediating relations between social groups, the more interesting area in the world and the more illustrative example of this complexity is exactly where you are in the Amazon. The Amazon is a study case, the most fascinating study case, the more challenging case, the more difficult case, and more interesting case to explore the complexity of these paradoxes and dichotomies. Of course, Amazon has many years of experience, human experience, and more than human experiences, and millions of years of knowledge, accumulated knowledge and reflection, and deep reflections of the inhabitants of the Amazon about the social ecological conditions and the interconnection between human beings and more than human beings. So it's a region that is very wealthy, not biologically, minerally speaking, but an immense social and socio-ecological wealth. So we have on one side the wealth of this Amazon ecology and society, and what has been happening in the last 40, 50 years is a frontal and brutal attack to this wealth, the exploitation of this wealth in name of the alleged development that is not more than an attack and renews colonial processes and process that have been introduced since the colonization era. So the Amazon was always bad interpreted and bad understood, and also by the national state, national government. You know even better the dilemmas and the contradictions of this development process, and nothing illustrates better this poverty of the reductionism of this development and this scientific flaw and ethical flaw than the agribusiness. The agribusiness is an activity that is deeply impoverishing in any ecosystem, especially the Amazon biome. And the agribusiness, as it advances today, cultivates green deserts. It's not agriculture. It's only exploitation of resources. The agribusiness in Brazil, they're so proud. They should be ashamed of this agribusiness. It's a disaster. It's a tragedy for Brazil. And it will reduce more and more Brazilian space throughout the world. The agribusiness, in fact, is the expression in the fields of this capitalism, the parasite capitalism. And I insist on the need to understand this social ecological complexity of the Amazon region, of the centralization of this political aspects, and I think we are all to blame for it. When we replicate this type of training that we receive in a non-critical way, I'm sure that all of us, including myself, we were trained by a very positive and colonized academy, in the sense that I remember that when I was a student back in Porto Alegre, what was worked for was the imported technology that came from abroad. This real science came from the north hemisphere. The answers must came from the northern hemisphere, and ideas also. This reckless academy will only emphasize the bad, incorrect Brazil, and that will exhaust all its possibilities and opportunities. So I could just conclude and interrupt my presentation, highlighting this impasse between the development and the transformation of the Amazon. But actually, it acts against any type of human rights or more than human rights. I could even stop here. It's a very pessimistic perspective. However, I want to spend the last minutes of my participation that I have excellent news to bring to you. Despite all of this tragedy, development tragedy, of this excluding process, of this mistakes, and the fact that today we have political that act against our society, I have good news. Politicians, despite about after 500 years of exploitation, it has a parallel story that is a real story that represents Brazil. More in addition to Brasilia, to Washington, there is intelligent life and very creative life. So, in the side of this official story, history that is so poor and that causes more poverty, and that we learn back in school, there is a live space of resistance that is exactly the situations of the outskirts of the rural population that survive despite all the exploration of the agribusiness. There is a parallel history that is badly understood, that is very far away from the academy, and that only goes in the academy in the just, for example, in an isolated way to bring results to the academy. Yesterday, I analyzed a proposal from request by FAPESB that I condemned, a research line that reproduced exactly this working mode. We're going to hear the populations and the outskirts regions of Sao Paulo and to develop mathematic models and computer models. This is a bad science, in my opinion. It doesn't help. It only reproduces what is already here in place, and it's not working. So this Brazil, that is the Brazil that is the majority, the mixed races and the indigenous populations and the black population, has been resisting to 500 history. So miserable story. It has much to teach and to bring to all of us. And even in the field of rights, because this population resists and reproduces and persists, despite their having only very few rights and to be recognized. They resist and they survive. So without any type of romance, it won't help us at all. I want to say here in this Congress of Human Rights, we have to have a more broad view, perspective to understand the complexity of the Brazilian situation and the huge lessons and potentialities that are being wasted while the academy does not engage with these situations. So, as in the famous and beautiful Mercedes Soda song, when you have the land, when these populations will have access to this land, to the urban space, and when they will have an inclusion in the city, what beautiful Brazil we will see and will be able to experience in this country. So finally, to wrap up, I want to call your attention that the fact of the topic of human rights are permeated by these more than human rights, and in the core of this relationship, human and non-human, is the political dimension. And this situation is so badly understood that the academy usually ignores it or has difficulty in processing it correctly. We have to really understand Brazil, and particularly, specifically at the Amazon. We are coming to a dilemma and face huge challenges, and the academy or the conventional state and even the legal system, legal framework does not is not enough. We have to expand the horizons and the margins of the academic production of knowledge in the academy, avoiding this colonialism thinking that we only what comes from the northern hemisphere is valid, and really pay attention and to be humble enough to understand this complexity that goes beyond our pre-established models. And finally, to understand that the quality of the environment and the preservation of the environment depends basically of the quality of the Brazilian democracy. the preservation of the environment depends on the quality of our democracy. And as we see our democracy today being constantly attacked and destroyed, we can imagine the worst for this environmental condition and even for the condition of the Brazilian society. And more than this, you mentioned in the book that we launched in 2021, Amazon in the 21st Century. And this book, I tried to argue that the Brazilian democracy will be tested, especially in the Amazon. Amazon is the main space in the test for the democracy, for the rights, for the freedom in Brazil. What happened in Amazon will reflect upon the entire country, but it will be in the Amazon that democracy will be tested at this extreme. What happens today in the Amazon, and nonetheless, social ecological tragedy. So basically, I just want to bring these considerations and reflections and anxieties that I have. Looking from abroad, and I go visit constantly Amazon. We have to be humble enough to understand this complexity. On the contrary, we'll all be repeating old formulas that don't solve anything and only emphasize what this Brazil that is so with so many disparities and inadequate. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, professora.
Thank you, Professor Iora, for sharing with us part of your critical thinking and your knowledge and your journey as a researcher. And thanks for bringing up so many important issues, food for thought. I'd like to tell the audience members that questions may be directed to our speakers. You can do them. You can ask questions in writing or directly on the microphone. Yes, please. You can do it through excuse me, WhatsApp. You can write them on WhatsApp. And if somebody has a hard time accessing WhatsApp, or if you don't have the number, you're not connected, ask for a writing pad or a pen and a pencil, and we have our assistants to facilitate that. Now I will give the floor to Professor Tomas Augusto Bastos Ramos from the Nova University of Lisbon in Portugal. He's a doctor in environmental engineering from the Nova University of Lisbon. He has a master's in coastal sciences, and from Madero University. He's a professor of sustainability and planning and his master's and PhD programs. He's been a researcher and visiting professor at various institutions, international institutions, for example, University of Nanjing, University of Fundan, these two in China, University of Sao Paulo, and the University of Andalusia in Spain, and University of La Laguna, also in Spain, University of Stanford, and Sussex. And anyway, there's a whole list of schools where he has taught. Professor Tomas Augusto Ramos, and has also acted in important activities. And it's interesting to us, especially his work in African countries. He has had scientific research focused on the assessment of the impact of the circular economy to the public sector and engagement of interested parties, stakeholders, and of this work through a multidisciplinary approach. With no further ado, I give you the floor, Professor Thomas. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to start off by saluting the moderator, Professor Viana, and to thank her for her kind introduction in my resume. I don't think I need so many kind words. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. I would like to thank the organizing committee for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here with you at this Congress. And it's my first time in Tocantins. I've come to Brazil many times, but never to Tocantins. I've been in many places in Brazil, but it's my first time in Palmas. Thank you again. And I'd like to say hi to my colleague who's in the UK, and I'd like to share with you some of the reflections that I have chosen for this afternoon session. The name of the panel on which to which I'm linked deals with the social responsibilities and environmental duties. That's what I'll be talking to you about. Environmental and social responsibilities within the context of the human rights, broadly speaking. And Professor Juliana said I have a PhD in environmental engineering. I'm an engineer. I'm not a physicist or a lawyer, but my engineering is far back in the past. I can tell my engineer friends that I've been at it for so long, and I've been working in the social arena more so than engineering, if you can classify it so. I'd rather categorize it as sustainability studies. After this quick introduction, I'd like to tell you that I have chosen a long title. I usually tell my students that they shouldn't write long titles because they don't communicate well. And so that's a note in my title. That's not recommendable, but I couldn't do any better. I'd like to share with you a topic that's particularly complex. The John Clay talked to you about an instrument within the legal framework. I'm talking to an audience of jurists and the world scale. This legal tool is the assessment of environmental impacts. The assessment of environmental impacts is obligatory around the world, and so much so in Brazil and Portugal, everywhere basically. And the assessment of environmental impacts within this time, the time of the Congress, post-pandemic world, and in the midst of a war, at a time, a different time, I'd like to look at it differently, in which everything has changed. The assessment of environmental impacts has also changed, and I'm afraid it will change even further, but not for the better. And that's what I'm going to be talking to you about: the assessment of environmental impacts at a different point in time, at a different, in particular, for reasons associated with a 2-year pandemic hiatus aggravated by the war. And the title refers to new traps, information traps, because information is essential to implement this assessment tool impacts. Without information, we won't have the fundamental right to those who must work towards preventing a whole set of environmental impacts. In 20 seconds, assessment of environmental impacts is a tool that seeks to prevent the resurgence of grave impacts arising from a port, a road, or a marine. Before the implementation of the project, the tool is aimed at preventing the occurrence of these impacts, namely, that has to do with fundamental rights, namely the access to water, which is absolutely fundamental within this context, which is difficult and complex. We might access to information and many of the remarks made by my colleague before me. Access to information has been distorted, and that is a problem. All of these things within a context that I will materialize as a post-truth. In the context of post-truths, I usually say that my colleague Professor Gonzalo was telling you that academicians talk too much. I'm no exception. If you allow me to talk, I'll talk forever, but I'll try to limit my presentation. And I try to go around town, and I'll be walking around and I will leave this podium, this static podium. I don't like to be holding on to my presentation and these static tables. So if I leave this place and start walking around it, please bear with me. My presentation follows the following structure. It is structured in the following manner. I will frame the assessment of environmental impacts. Thank you. I can hold my own mic. Thank you. I will basically talk about an assessment of the assessment tool of impacts and the state of the art and what it will be like in the context of post-truths and the post-pandemic world. Post-truths, because I'll tell you what I mean by those. And I'll talk to you about the framing and the new traps of information and the assessment of impacts and some reflections, challenges, and opportunities and final remarks. The goal with this instrument and the main goal that I was telling you about before, it's a particularly complex topic, the assessment of impacts in this world, a different world, and which we have right now, trying to share with you a reflection on challenges and opportunities that I try to look at the glass half full. So I will talk to you in addition to problems, I'll talk about opportunities. And when it comes to environmental issues, I will associate it with a legislative process which exists around the world. It's a tool that we've had since 1970s. It's not new. Basically, it's a mature tool with some exceptions that I'll tell you about later on. Some um, assessment, a strategic assessment is not a mandatory in Brazil. It's mandatory in Europe. It's mandatory in the U.S. But in most countries, it's not mandatory. So one of the footnotes here to environmental impact is it's not mandatory to have a globally mature tool. As I was telling you about before, it's young, it's new in some aspects. The assessment of social impacts is not mandatory in most countries. The assessment of impacts on health is not mandatory in most countries. And that means that assessing and preventing the occurrence of those impacts associated with the project of a road, it would impinge on social issues as well. That's particularly complex because it involves people, it involves human rights. So when we talk about these important issues, when we talk about people, I'm talking about a complex process. It involves economic activities, and economic activities. Excuse me, I almost fell on the floor. I'd rather stick to my podium, otherwise I might just trip and fall. I'll try to not to leave this place. In addition to the feedback you might give me, I'm going to try to be at ease and still and stand still. It's particularly complex because controversial because it involves economic variables, and these economic variables have to do with interests that may distort the application of this tool. So I'll be here. That's all right. I'll stand still. I'll try to contain myself, restrict myself, actually. If this is a reversible process, because assessing the impacts of a road before its implementation, it's fundamental, and it's a right we must hold on to, namely with the social implications that those projects might entail. And of course, uh, even though some of us, not in this audience for sure, even though we don't like the application of those tools, it's crucial to do it. And positive aspects, they exist in the legislation. It's mandatory for most countries in the world. The assessments carried out, basically, there are some of them are worse, others are better, but it depends on the country. But they're globally implemented. But also important is that even in the case that the assessment of impacts was poorly carried out, in spite of everything, it's better to have it, even though it's deficient. Even in cases in which it's badly implemented, it is worth the contribution. So look at the glass half full. It applies perfectly to this case. So there is a high number, a growing number of impact assessments at different levels on a global scale. And so we've been applying that tool more generally, and there's a sensitization of different agents involved. The communities start noticing, the interested parties and stakeholders look upon it as a tool that they can use to advocate their own rights and to raise awareness of those rights. And above all, there is a learning curve. Beyond the academy, which is essential to the professional, the use of that tool. On-the-job learning, hands-on exposure has contributed greatly because we're not importing American models into Brazil. It's not a good idea. Or importing Norwegian models to be applied in Portugal. That's not a good idea either. So the context of the application and the context of the implementation of hands-on through a hands-on on-job approach is decisive and to this tool and most of them. Even positive aspects, also new needs for capacity building. The good news for universities that they're into capacity building and a capacity building for new tools linked to assessment of impacts, namely in health and social issues. These tools create jobs, which is wonderful. Even in a pandemic crisis, they must exist. You have to, of course, we must generate jobs and employment opportunities, and there are new links to the professional market and academic circles. There's a fundamental social impact uh, from these products, like theses and articles and journals and books and everything, and master's theses and PhD dissertations in the market, the labor market. Negative aspects of this quick framing of the application of impacts. Negative aspects, I must list the legislation off the top of my head within the context of the present work. The scope of the application from a legal standpoint in these tools, not only in Brazil but also in other contexts and geographies as well. It's absolutely dubious. In some cases, it's not enough. For example, those obvious cases that I was telling you about before, the roads, ports, marines, and docks, they must all have previous environmental impact assessment before they're approved and implemented. But if this is a public policy, they don't. If it's a plan or the transport plan for Sao Paulo, you don't need to have a previous mandatory and impact assessment strategy. If I am in the state of Sao Paulo, there is no such federal legislation that mandates that we have this previous assessment of impacts. So I could go on. I'm not going to waste time on examples, but many times they're not enough. They're misadjusted. There is a poor fit. It's pointless to import models from Italy, Norway, or Portugal to Brazil, or from the U.S. to Portugal, and so on and so forth. Assessing public policies, it's not the same as assessing the impact of a road. Therefore, the models, the methodologies used for something and for other things are not, they must be different necessarily. And it's also very important. I'm in the context in which I need to talk about social responsibilities. Most of these tools deal with environmental issues, even though I'm saying they also tackle human and social issues. 90% of what's written there, they're assessing impacts from an environmental perspective. The hydraulic resources, water, soil, noise, what are the impacts that will come about? And there's very little on the impacts on the human dimension or the social dimension. Of course, there will be roles to in all of these arenas. The problem of the public administration and regulation and the regulation of this project in some countries, the public administration is limited to a warehouse of paperwork, PDF projects, digital documents, and they do very little in terms of other over and above what I just said. The public government must have a central role in applying a tool that has direct applications in the communities and as vis-a-vis fundamental rights, and namely the impacts that might come about as, for example, access to drinking water. If I have negative impacts, I must have a public administration that regulates these tools differently from what you have in many other countries around the world. So, on the other hand, the owner of the project and the proponent of the proponent of the project, or the owner of the project, if you will, in some countries, the role of the proponent of the project is a monopolistic stance. They do everything, have the power to make a final decision. I have a crucial role from a point of view, from my own point of view, of course. This is a personal critical analysis of this framing that I'm making of the application of this tool and and what will happen within a post-pandemic world and within the context of what we're going through at this point. So it's an institutional governance model. It's not strong. It's not strong enough in some cases. There is a dearth of links to the planning process, so we can actually assess the impact of those projects on public policy. And that public participation of citizens must not or should not, it can, but it shouldn't, be limited to consultations of perusal of documents, but they must favor the active inclusion of stakeholders, and not just use citizens and stakeholders as elements of consultation. Of course, it's useful to peruse the documents that come from these processes, but that's not enough. They must have a voice and the co-building, co-construction, if you will, of those processes. And I'll talk about that later. In most cases, the monitoring is weak and insufficient. Well, to wrap up these negative aspects, apart on these negative aspects, the practice reveals that basically there is a trend to follow long-standing models. Nothing changes. Even if the pandemic has changed everything, we keep it as it is. We keep things the way they are, even though we know that the world has been transformed in substantial ways. So the needs for capacity building for this change are absolutely central from my point of view. Universities and academic circles, a forum like the one we're having at this time right now, it must be a tool to uphold social responsibilities and environmental responsibilities everywhere. So if we don't cater to the need for change, we will end up having a process that's not credible. It's not very attractive to stakeholders, not transparent, which is not good. Information tools are essential, and they must be made transparent, and surely they must be well known. In most cases, the public will be vying away from this process. They'll be distant from this model. Now, I'd like to share with you the information traps and the evaluation, the assessment of impacts in the world of post-truths and post-pandemic situations. That post-truths, and more competent people can talk about that in this audience and talk about the philosophical context of post-truths in general. An engineer can explain that has to do. The truth is no longer what we knew before. It doesn't have the value that it used to have, and the truth is crucial when it comes to information. So it's a central element in the tool like the one we're talking about. Within the context, this was the case in the past before the pandemic. After the pandemic, 2 years scooped up at home for the reasons that we know so well. This crisis of the truth associated with information has been aggravated for many reasons. It has been worsened, but the fact is that the meaning of information and the truth behind information has deteriorated making instruments like the one we're talking about have a hard time communicating and relaying information as the truthful information that needs to be conveyed to people. The current context is favorable because the goals of sustainable development goals of the United Nations are a favorable context, so that all the tools of social responsibility, and I'm talking continental Portuguese, European Portuguese, if you will, with this different pronunciation, different from most of you in the audience, Brazilian participants. I'm going to try to slow down my talk. And in addition, I talk too fast, but in addition to walking around, and perhaps you won't understand everything I'm saying. So I will try to slow down a bit. I was telling you that the context is favorable because the development goals of the United Nations have opened a door, a window of opportunity, a huge opportunity for the environmental and social issues to come to the fore, and for initiatives and actions having to do with social and environmental responsibilities in a broad sense. And it's a reversible 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, with goals by 2030. 2030 is around the corner. After 2030, we will have other SDGs and other goals. So this is an irreversible process. This framing is favorable to deal with the crisis that we have on our hands right now. So now, talking about these tools, traps of information, and the decline of official data, in the context of post-truths and post-pandemic, in the post-pandemic world where the truth of information has suffered, has gone through a deterioration process, a very acute process of deterioration due to many factors. One of them is the fact that people are uh, they uh, they share information that's not credible from a technical standpoint, and that is put on a par with technical information, and the information that's conveyed and relayed to people by a layman ends up having sometimes the same value as technical information, rigorous scientific information that comes about through a rigorous process to ensure its veracity. And that makes it difficult, namely, shared within political contexts of elections, for example, and that would be another talk. And so you don't know what's true and what's a lie. And here in the assessment of impacts or other tools of environmental and social issues, many times we don't know what's true and it's hard to make the distinction what's true and and what's a lie. And the facts, objective and technical facts, sometimes are less influential than they should be to us anyway.
This technical information are difficult, is more difficult to notice, and they're slow and take a lot of time to be processed. And the fake news, I can start talking about any another philosopher. I put it in the internet, and it's already right. Thomas Hobbes said that Descartes was wrong. So Thomas doesn't notice anything, didn't study about that. But in seconds, these fake news will be shared. The technical information takes time to be reproduced and is slow. And the social media has a perverse position to support this entire process with incomplete information sometimes and obsolete, outdated information. Technical information, it's when it reaches the public, it's already outdated, and so it doesn't respond to our anxiety. The world changed. So we and the time that we were in the pandemic, it was constant to access social media and the internet. There were anxiety for information. The moment that we needed changed in regards to what we had in the past. And technical information against the non-technical and non-expert information is in many cases it's contradictory. So sometimes they're just the opposite. And these are the signs of information that addresses the information. I like these slides I have used many times in another context. The audience cannot interpret these multiple signs. Some signs can be uh, right and others may be wrong, and I cannot distinguish among the fake and the facts. And in the middle of the study, there's famous fake news that are associated to this crisis that has to be to us, or in a second I can like post fake fake news, and as we are we provide information into to support our rights and to our access. We don't know what to do, if we turn left or right, if we stay still or if we give up. We don't know. And sometimes we just ignore this sign and just move forward. So I'll just move forward. So I think this is the moment to rethink the current models that we use and have the humbleness to perceive that the instruments of environmental responsibility and to evaluate the environmental impact. There are instruments that exist in a world scale, in a global scale. You have to be humble enough to notice that they don't answer anything in the way we need to have this global change, not because of the pandemic. This change was already happening, but I think that the pandemic intensified this, and also the war did not help this. But specifically, the pandemic did not help, but it emphasized this need, this change, and to we have to rethink the current state of this, the information provided, and the effects of the application of the fundamental rights, of the human rights, to ensure that there is access to the information in a trustful manner. So we have to look at these instruments, social instruments, as central core instruments for rather for the people. If the models aren't for myself or for the academy, it is for the people, for the population, for individuals. In the second part of my presentation, which is a title that I never recommend to my students, which is a role. I think the individual has a central role in this answer that has to give towards the environmental and social responsibility. In this, the final part of my presentation, I will share with you to rethink is core in this idea, to be humble enough that the trend is that doesn't work so well. So some reflections. Professor Simon Bell and Steve Morris were English, and they mentioned this in the brilliant form. The crisis is enormous. We don't know what is fact and what is fake, which is best, which is worse, and the point of view to how to believe the information that is transmitted to us in environmental scenario. In this context, there more need to have indicators that are robust and that are trustworthy. And the social media fight against them. It's not the solution. We have to look at them as some essential aspect, because tomorrow we'll have other instruments where they have an enormous social role. And in my point of view, it's a huge mistake is we have to profit the most from the social media. I'm not saying anything new here, but even if I'm risking here not to say anything, it's worth to look at them as they have the bad and the good side as everything. And this good side, as it has not been explored enough in a positive way, and the evaluation of the impacts and regarding social environmental impact, you must be able to articulate with this new reality, including the social media and the challenges today in the post-pandemic, where and the truth and the fake is all mixed together. But you have to face this and to impact the society. There is thesis, master's, PhD thesis on this subject if they don't have any impact on society. In the name of applying legal instruments, or at least my point of view, if they don't have any impact in society, they should have an effective and a real impact in society. And the evaluation of impacts have been enhanced and preserved that community that will be affected by a road, by a barrage. If I'm not able to see this, that I didn't in for that community, I'm not doing enough. So I think this is too important aspects here. Two elements. I'm just concluding. There's not a second part on the slides. The community, you have to look at these community in all levels, since the local scale to a broader scope. Yeah, this is not new either to scale this, but collaborative. But this should involve the citizens in an active way, not to do like, for example, organize a round table and discuss the impacts of barrier if they want that barrier and what the model they want. And if they don't want any dam, then you have to discuss a government that wants to approve the construction of that dam. Even if exploded now, it's not anything new. It's barely is applied the assessment evaluation of impacts before the construction of them. I worked on that before, but that construction is never used in the impact of and the assessment of impacts. Yeah, this doesn't serve. It's not useful, and the individual is responsible for this change. It's not the technicians that are responsible for that impact evaluation of impact. He is the one that will be able to make any change. And between the practice and reality, there is a significant difference. I like this image of Nelson Mandela with the capacity of the individual to be in the power it has to change. And many of these things we are all aware of. We know how to do it. And the individual must be not as an asset, but an active individual and an active actor in society, a social actor. And this social asset has the environmental responsibility and use a transdisciplinary language that means involve everyone, involve in a manner disorienting that, seeing that construction, and even those that are not that are not experts, those people that live there for 40 years, they know more than the experts that are going to build that dam, for example, and about the collaborative learning, the monitor and voluntary assessment, and to upload, to communicate, and analyze the information for the artificial intelligence. So now, finally, my final conclusions. I know this is late and we are all tired, and so I just have 2 minutes. So the training and education, but you cannot do anything in this area if there's no training or competence enhancement. And some the evaluation of impacts are among many instruments in the environmental aspect. The exploration and the sustainability evaluation of operational and strategic instruments. They have to offer sustainability because if they don't have, they will ignore other sustainability instruments. I need the social part, the cultural part. I have to more related to the health aspects and the economic. I have to encompass the economic facts, and it doesn't reach the environmental issue aspects and the institutional dimension, all the governance institution that's transversal to everything. I cannot do any of these if I don't think this way, in this manner. And finally, to be humble enough that these technical models are not enough, and those that we have already published and that teach, they're not enough. We need more than this. And namely, ethics, cultural justice in this evaluation of impacts, not forgetting the objectives of sustainability so that we are able to push this change, to pressure for this change. So finally, to conclude with the last slide, you have to check the legislative power in the audience with more jurists. Many instruments have outdated instruments from my point of view. As a non-jurist, It must be altered and updated to reflect the current reality, and that they have a common language, and that they are also, they have a view not involving only technicians and technocrats, but also to reflect the society, and to develop, also involve congressmen, and that models that serve to, that are good for Tocantins, São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Lisboa, etc. And to the, even to a lower scale, and to replicate everything, not forgetting the social economic context, but between this and the reality, there's a giant difference in the process, that is the, that we counter the participation of the individual and the community, where there are key sides, and opening, involve, engagement, learning, new values are keywords that are central words. That was that image that you see there, and in this, on the back of this hill. Thank you for your attention. It was a pleasure, and I'll be here for the discussion.
Professor Tomás, muito obrigada.
Tomás, thanks a lot for your excellent presentation, and to have the opportunity to count with your presence here. There are some questions, and with these questions that I received here virtually, and I also like to thank, because we have many people that are participating of this event virtually, and as we are here physically, sometimes we forget also that there is a large virtual audience, and thanks for your presence and participation. And you can send also your questions. I insist that if you want to ask questions, you don't have the instruments, you can ask for a piece of paper, a pen, and you can write your question. Professor Tomás, Professor Antônio, good evening. Professor Antônio, for it's already 10 p.m. in the UK. I just like to make a comment and see if you can help the professional master's program, which is here the case here of our the master's program that is organizing this event. In this edition of the Congress, it's considered the professional modality. We have the academic and the professional modality mode, and it's part of the professional mode that has as a purpose to fulfill the social requirements. And from this point on, we are able to see and open, as Professor Thomas said, a window of opportunities to hear the community, not only hear this community, but to make available this technical and academic information to this community. So the professional master's program brings us to us this possibility. And because of what was discussed here, and considering that this professional masters must fulfill social demands, I would like to hear a little bit of the consideration of both of you, or opinion, some comments and some elements or suggestions that could then maybe recommend some activities, which is a program focused on human rights with the rule of law. That is a very important element to face these problems that were brought here in our discussions and our panels. Even if Professor Antonio had been more emphatic and Professor Thomas maybe more seeing the glass full and seeing the opportunities involved. But I think it's important, considering this assumption of fulfilling social demands and what we can produce for the community in addition to changes in not only products. Would you have any comments or remarks? But if you don't have, we have also questions, but it will be maybe a reflection or a window that could be open in this context.
Falar rapidamente, então.
I'll talk very briefly. I think it's a great question.
Mais uma vez,
Again, I'd like to congratulate the organizers of this event because they have come up with a forum for two people that are not lawyers to talk. Myself and Professor Tomas, I think that is very enriching. It gives us a chance as non-lawyers, to make a contribution. I enjoyed the presentation by Professor Tomas. I admire him very much. I love interacting with my Portuguese colleagues. I've taught at Porto, in the School of Languages at Porto School. I've had a research in which I learned a lot on Douro River, looking at the question of dams and conflicts around water along the Rio Douro and the Douro Basin. For me, it was a great pleasure to learn from Professor Tomas and see that someone with so much experience brings forth the need to rethink one of the most classical tools, or the most classical tool of environmental management, which is the study of environmental impacts, starting with the introduction of NEPA by Nixon in 1970, and other experiences here in the United Kingdom and in Brazil as well, and other European countries. This is an important tool that really needs to be rethought and widened. I think his experience, academically speaking, and even over and above his academic experience, gives us important lessons and about the need to go beyond these truths established in relation to the study of environmental impacts and in terms of management and conservation of the environment in general ways. This question of the professional masters, I think it's extremely important to coordinate a master's program in Cardiff in Wales, which is exactly a space for professionals with some experience geared to go back to school and do retooling and widen their horizons, interacting with some colleagues, younger colleagues with less experience. But it is a space that's very much geared to updating and retooling and the rethinking of their professional practice over and above academic research in a strict way. The master's program in the UK is different from the PhD. Those who do master's programs are not going to become professors. A master's is much more a time for retooling and updating information. So I have made examples about the importance of this kind of return to school and the career of these people. And it is a chance, an important chance. And there is high prestige on the part of governments in Wales, for example, or British government. And regularly they open up spaces for students to do internships, and they offer employment opportunities to these students because these are people that have a very strong resume because of that master's program. I referred before to the need to go beyond pre-established standards and patterns of well-known research centers. And in the case of Brazil, the main center is Sao Paulo, the three large universities in Sao Paulo. But whenever I walk around Mato Grosso, Antônia, the Amazon Pará state, for example, and I go around that area, I've done it quite often. I've seen so many positive experiences, sometimes in small universities or federal institutes, people and students and professors with many important and interesting experiences that are not very well known. So I don't know anything about the experience of Tocantins, but from what I've noticed, it seems to me that they're walking towards that direction. It's an academic space, but also a professional retooling. I think it has reached important and interesting results. I think it reinforces what I just said. Many interesting things, intelligent, creative things are happening beyond the circuit, Sao Paulo, Brasilia, Rio de Janeiro, that must be known, that must be incorporated and brought into the mainstream and valued because, and appreciated because they play a fundamental role to our understanding that these consolidated centers have not reached. I'm taking part in a consortium at Unicamp with Maranhão State. There's been a mission. There will be missions in the coming months. I think that will be an interesting experience to get to know what's going on in Maranhão. So I'd like to bring to you a word of support and recognition. And if there are students in this master's program, professional master's program, I do urge you to forge ahead. It's a golden opportunity that you must draw upon, which makes the university such a much more interesting place for critical thinking in the state of Tocantins. And I'm very humble to learn from you and interact with you. These experiences are very interesting. Thank you.
Muito obrigada,
Thank you, Professor Yoris. Professor Tamás, would you like to say something? Yes, I can make brief comments. And I agree with Professor Antonio's remarks. I'd like to thank him for his kind words and say that, in fact, it is a pleasure to be in a context like this, an audience of legal professionals and jurists, and to be able to share with you a different vision, a different outlook, not necessarily within the legal arena, which is what you're used to, and that's why it's so important and enriching to me. As for the question, challenge put to us by Professor Dr. Juliana, in my experience, we don't have in the Portuguese case and European countries, there's no difference. At least universities I know, there's not a difference between academic masters and professional masters programs. And it's a doctrinal different. It's difference of doctrine. Master's programs are basically the same. There's no difference between type A and type B. All master's programs. Some master's programs have normal working hours, Monday through Friday, much like any other upper high education coursework. And there are young people, well, not so young, but anyway, younger students that are not in the labor market yet. And those people look upon the market as any other course. His microphone is not working too well. We do apologize. So they're holding links. We cannot translate what he's saying. Sorry. They will. There's a link to the labor market. In addition, if we're talking about a more academic master's programs, some master's theses are, in my case, in the case of environmental engineering, there is a strong social dimension. Most case studies of the master's thesis have a real application in the real world, but not with this concern that's just so professionalizing, if you will. But the other case or the other master's programs that that go on and in the evening hours, for example, I teach at different master's programs. Some of them have only have courses Friday evening and Saturday, many hours. So they're condensed in many hours, Friday evening and Saturday. So I'd say that 90% of the students that attend these master's programs are looking for a professionalizing master's program. They don't want to do research. They don't want to write theses. There is an audience. Most of the audience of the students are Brazilian and other countries as well outside of Portugal, and people that have worked in a number of things. throughout their lives, but they're looking, they have large experience and they want to have more capacity building on top of that experience. And most of the master's theses by these people are applicable to the labor market. Also, another nuance, the Portuguese legislation, that's the Portuguese facet. And in other countries, I don't think other countries have the same format. It allows for three things, not only the master's thesis, it could be a master's thesis, an internship, or a project. And the law sets forth this issue. My university doesn't like it too much, but one of the large universities, but they don't like to give people a chance to write up a project or do an internship. In my school and my university, they can only write a master's thesis with a scientific slant. But if it's a project or an internship, they might not have that. Other master's programs within the same university, but controlled by another faculty, another university, they allow students a more professional market, master's thesis to write up projects or join internships, and those are more distant than a thesis. They're final works with a different layout. And I'm not going to waste your time, but I've summed up the main issue, the model. Yes, that's the way it works. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Professor Tomas. It's important for us to get to know different models, and much like Brazil, the professional models are very much similar to the Portuguese model. Students must have a final study, a final work, but that work may be configured in different ways. I would like to bring to your attention some questions from the public, from the audience. The first one of them, Professor Antonio, this is for you. Recently, I heard someone say that there is a lot of production in Brazil referring to agribusiness, and many people are starving in general, suffering from food insecurity. Could you comment on that?
Entendeu, professor?
Did you understand, Professor? I think that's the reality. Agribusiness doesn't produce food. They produce economic impacts and disasters. Technology is imported, machinery is imported, pesticides were imported. In the case of soybeans, they're exported to China. They're harvested and exported to China. They employ very few people, and they don't produce any food. On the contrary, they worsen dependency. They concentrate opportunities in Brazil in small places. Agribusiness must be seriously rethought and reconsidered and recalibrated. And that we must debunk the myth that agribusiness is sustaining the Brazilian economy. It's not true. It aggravates situations that of social inequality and environmental deterioration, degradation. And what we've seen in recent years, I've done a lot of research in Mato Grosso in the past decade, and agribusiness has absorbed the agenda of modernization, ecological modernization. And they use the whole paraphernalia of rhetoric, talking about carbon sequestration, carbon market, and the commodities, the commodity for environmental commodities to justify its own doings, to improve its image, to do more, as if that were enough to compensate for the whole responsibility for degradation, social and ecological degradation. I know Tocantins is very dependent on the sector, and I look upon that as a risk in the future for the economy of the state in the future, of social relations in the state of Tocantins. I think that the person, whoever, I don't know, I don't remember the name of the person, but I think I agree with this person fully. The agribusiness is a source of distortions, myths, and mistakes.
Obrigada, Professor
Thank you, Professor Iodes. We have 10 minutes to conclude our panel, and we have 4 questions so that everyone will be contemplated. We're going to try to to answer succinctly if you can. I do apologize, but excuse me. The following question, it comes from a student in the program, Bruno Tavares. Is asking a question to either one of you. What has changed and what should be changed to ensure effective social and environmental responsibility to take root in terms of actions and initiatives? What changed and what should be changed and what can be changed to ensure the effective global action of social and environmental responsibility? What do we need to do to have to ensure global environmental and social responsibility? Well, in less than a minute, I'd say that it's the answer is quite complex. It depends on the, I don't know. I think that the responsibility on a global scale, it's very difficult to provide that answer. I think that the instruments of environmental responsibility must not be applied in that sense. They must be done sectorially in a fragmented way, in a differentiated way, depending on the context under consideration. I don't see any instruments. I know that some people can have a hard time actually applying tools across the board on a global scale. But to ensure that everything's going to work out. But I think it's easier. I think it's easier to have one-on-one tools that can be improved. The evaluation, assessment of impact, sustainability of companies to improve those tools one by one. It's easier than to have a global tool to play that role. And I will wrap up by saying that I have many doubts about the tools that are absolutely voluntary. That is, when I say, for example, whoever wants to adopt it, go ahead and do it. I personally have many doubts about the success of those tools. As we've seen in many cases, whoever wants to adopt it normally. There's very low success rates. And so these tools that are voluntary will serve very few purposes. Professor Tomas, thank you so much. Professor Ioris, I'm going to jump on to the next question. The following question is, at moments of a post-pandemic world, in the post-pandemic world, it is a very opportune moment to add value and create new impacts and services and products that will benefit the man and the environment. You have the floor. Who would like to say something about that? Very quickly, I think that, as I've mentioned before, the experience of the pandemic was traumatic in Brazil. It led to over 700,000 deaths. I think that is exacerbated the limitations and the risks that the recent public policies have promoted. And they have created the articulation of risks. Excuse me, they're talking at the same time. We cannot translate under such conditions. We must seek new sensitivities and new ways to face these collective problems. And the need to seek out collective answers to problems that affect the population as a whole. I think that my research, personally speaking, in the past few years has been seeking new sensitivities to understand and to pay close attention to the experiences that are not valued enough, that are not appreciated. I understand that traditional practices and the search for answers, the way it's been done, the academic practice, even if on the foundations of the rule of law have hit a dead-end street, they have not responded to the demands of the people. Professor Tomas has talked about post-truths, very relevant in this context. And personally, I think I tend to direct my research to the search for non-conventional issues which to me has been shown to be insufficient. Looking for new sensitivities, indigenous populations, and marginalized populations. I think that there is a lot to learn, that they have a lot to teach us. And we really need to have an academic practice that's a lot more horizontal and dialectical. And perfect, Professor. Thank you so much. I'll jump on to the next question for Professor Tomas. How do you look upon the situation of the Agenda 2021 in Portugal? Could you shed light on this and whether it's been manifested as an instrument of popular participation?
I have to admit, thanks for this question. That's probably related to the local Agenda 21. It's only about the local Agenda 21 for the Rio 92 International Conference. Rio Conference is to develop the sustainable strategies in the scale of the municipality and the local Agenda 21. I think that we can summarize this way. It's not trendy any longer. Agenda 20 almost disappeared from the local agenda. It talked, this is not very discussed. I know a few municipalities that have really implemented and they don't talk about this. The other instruments are discussed, but not much of Agenda 21. There was a boom of these agendas, but now it seems that it's ceased to exist. Yeah, maybe they were considered integrated and implemented because there's a last question, and I thanks for the question, and also here thanking also for all the questions that were sent, for the participation of everyone that sent these questions. I'll try to formulate the question. It was not very, it's mostly common, but I'll try to formulate a question. In Brazil, there's a mechanism named social balance. It was developed by Betinho. I don't know if you know who he is, but it's more directed to Professor Tomás. Betinho is a very important leadership in Brazil and for Brazil. And this instrument was developed in 1987, and it has four aspects: environmental balance, social environment, the demonstration of the value-added contributions to the society, social contributions, and generally speaking, so it would be environmental balance, human resources balance, and demonstration of added value to social benefits. Would this be a good model to be considered? I don't know the model that you're referring to. I know this instrument that you're talking about, but there are many of these instruments. I don't know if this is exactly the case, if this applies to this model that has a pedagogical characteristics. It's also the famous carbon footprint and hybrid footprint and these related terms. These instruments have a pedagogical feature more than a social and scientific role. It has more an engagement to bring people to participate. But if this is the case, it's welcome. I think all instruments that try to do this and to engage people in social responsibility instruments to call their attention for the need to do this, I think it's great. But if you ask me, the technical scientific credibility of many of these instruments, I will then answer you as a scientist that I am, that you can, there are many uncertainties regarding of these assumptions that are applied in these instruments. I don't know if this be the case, and I admit they might be, but in the ecological footprints, that was an example that I was giving. There are many of these problems. There is a key role of education, of engagement, but it should not be considered as an instrument that will solve all the problems of the world to do calculations of the footprint of and we always work on top of these footprints. These are for students in school, children. If you travel to Tocantins by plane, it's something complicated because you eat more meat, your footprint increases. But of course, in terms of socialization, it's important. It has a merit aspect, the academic aspect is registered in scientific publications and the role and showing the difficulties of these generalizations that are simplify everything. Thank you, Professor Tomás. Professor Ioris, please, your final considerations, final words, so we can conclude the day. Thank you. This will be my last chance to talk to the audience. I like the mention to Betinho, the famous and Phil's brother, the song sung by Elis Regina, a famous Brazilian singer, and he's a martyr. He died because of the eyes, because he was hemophilic, and it's very important to remember these heroes and martyrs. So many lives, example lives that have so much to teach us. Brazil has so many extra official heroes. I want to thank again for this opportunity and to say that I'm very well impressed and happy to the work developed in this Congress and the space created in this environment. So I'm very well impressed in this effort and this determination to keep this critical academic work where in a country where more and more knowledge is despised, is ignored and not given the due importance, and to give a space for critical reflection and that enable the discussion of the national reality. So here my thanks again and my recognition, and it's an immense pleasure to be here and to participate and I thanks Professor Liliana and I greet Professor Tomás again. Thank you, Professor Ioris. Professor Tomás, please. Thank you.
Apenas 30 segundos.
Just 30 seconds.
Sejam mesmo 30. Não tem conclusões.
Yeah, no. I think I don't have any conclusion. Just to thanks again the organizing committee for this invitation, Professor Liliana, for to be to have intermediated the session, and congratulate Professor Antonio in Inglaterra. I hope that we can meet in another opportunity, not remotely, and to share our ideas and to thanks the audience and thanks for the questions. It's always a pleasure to be here in Brazil, a pleasure to be with you, and until some other opportunity.
Bem, então, boa tarde a todos, muitíssimo obrigada. Os esperamos amanhã.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks as much, and everyone, and our guests and special speakers and guests, our participants, and all the virtual participants also. Now we're going to give the certificates for the speakers.
Neste momento, encerramos.
This moment, we finalize the transmission via internet. We thank all of you that